Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? Welcome, YouTube, to another episode of How to Rock Astrology. I hope everything's looking kosher here. Seems like I have one darling viewer hanging out with me already. Whoever's watching, feel free, as I usually say. We have comments, you can make questions, whatever you like, and I'll try to speak to them as I can as we go along in today's discussion. I'm going to keep gnarling away at my hair because I'm a Leo rising, and that's what I do. Oh, it can never be perfect when I'm in woman mode. It's got to be perfect. So, thanks for coming, ladies and gentlemen. Today, you are bearing witness to the first episode of a particular type. If you've been watching, we've already done a sextrology series on Aries woman and the sextrology of Aries woman. So you can check out that video to get the grounding of what the sexual psyche of an Aries woman is for every Aries woman. Straight, gay, bi, whatever. This is all coming from sextrology, of course, which relates the sexuality of biology in the body, having some kind of form through which to express some kind of gender dynamic through the physical body, combining that with the genderification of the astrology signs. Aries being a typically machismo, masculine sign per se. It's like a masculine to the extreme. It's not to say that you need to express masculinity or anything like that. Anytime with astrology, all of these things that you hear and read, you have to take it and digest it in the context of your own feeling of what you are, what you want to be, how you can use your sun sign to help express what your essential nature is. Which could be non-binary, like me. You know, it could be like whatever you want, whatever you feel. Now, today, I've decided that I should do the sextrology of a gay bisexual woman. I have been waiting on doing this because I'm a man. I got a dick and nuts and stuff. So... You know, I've wanted to do this, but I kind of felt like maybe, like I didn't have the credentials to really tap into the feminine psyche in the way that I thought, like, girls might want, or that, you know, that I wouldn't be able to relate in the deepest way. Of course, I'm a non-binary person, so I relate, and I'm bisexual. I relate very deeply to the feminine experience. I always have. To be honest with you, I'm loving just seeing myself all dolled up like this. It's kind of fun. So, with that being said, I am a man, and I typically go about my life as a man, but I love to do the drag thing, and I love tapping into feminine consciousness. So my intention today is to try to tap in to the feminine dimensions of being a gay or bisexual woman and treating it at that level. That's why I'm kind of doing this drag thing. I'm hoping that being non-binary, I deeply feel feminine and womanly in a large part, in lots of parts of my life. So let me know in the comments. Let me know if you have questions, if you'd like to ask me anything about my personal gender or feeling or anything like that. Let me know what you guys think. Is this appropriate? Should a guy be doing this for girls in this way? I'd love to know. But a few women have really asked me to do these videos. And so I thought, what the hell? Since it's been asked, I'm kind of excited to do it because I like feeling like a girl anyway. So, thank you for watching, ladies and gentlemen. As usual, like I said, we do have a live chat, so feel free to ask any questions and whatever, etc. Ask me anything and I'll speak to it as befits the nature of this video that we're in today. Let me know how I look. I just realized I'm missing a book. Darn it. Sorry folks, one sec. This always happens. It's my darn Sagittarius moon. Keeps everything all over the place. Ah, there it is. Sweet. Woo! For a second there, I thought I was in trouble. Well, sorry you guys had to see me in my stupid shorts. It's really hot in here. I'm like all delicious woman on top and a man with shorts on the bottom. Maybe I should wear some of my girly panties. Maybe that would be like more delightful for you guys to see in between things. I'll think about it. For now, sorry about that little break. Hello, my friend. We've already got some comments saying hello and checking us out. You know what? I am going to do something. I'm going to do something cheeky. So today, like I said, we're going to be reading from basically 3 different books. We're going to be reading from Sextrology, the astrology of sex and the sexes. That's going to be the big interest. And that's going to give us a grounding on the sexual psyche of Aries woman in general, in particular, gay Aries woman. And then we're going to get into cosmic coupling. And this is showing the combination of gay Aries woman with all the other signs in the zodiac. But before we do, we're going to do a little intro, just to talk about Aries in general. Okay, like I said, I've been trying to doll myself up and to look like a girl as much as I can. My thing right now is these new panties that I've been all about. See what I mean? It's kind of like making me feel like I'm actually got some girliness going on, at least underneath. So it's not just like dude shorts. Getting in character, you know what I'm saying? So, let's talk a little bit about Aries. I'm all settled now, folks. Sorry you had to wait for me to get myself all figured out. I feel like a woman now. Looking good is a delicate process. And I'm still working on it, as you can tell. Okay. So. To start, we're going to talk about just a little bit about Aries and Aries woman in general. I'm going to be fighting with my hair this whole time. So this whole coronavirus thing is going on and I haven't been able to cut my hair like I usually would. But thank you for your patience. Let's talk a little bit about Aries, the ram. The elemental quality of Aries is the cardinal fire sign of the zodiac. It can be likened to a fire which gives direction, such as a rocket, a gun, or an engine. Superman and Superwoman, who can propel themselves in any direction, propel from any point. It's a good metaphor for what the Aries energy is like. Fire is a process that causes change, and Aries uses energy to bring about changes. Being a cardinal sign, Aries is the most energetic of the fire signs and usually takes the initiative. We're going to be talking throughout this whole thing about how the traditional idea of a woman tends to be that they, in olden days where women would relate as the receptive one who has direction and can lead things and push things, but it's by the suggestion, it's by listening that women have been typically the people to ultimately be leading what's going on, but doing it through suggestion. Aries is less suggestive. Aries just basically takes the mic and say, okay, ladies and gentlemen, here's what's happening now. But we all, if you know an Aries woman in your life, you'll know that this can be very, very useful for some woman to take on the role as the person who is kind of guiding even the women and the men. It's like the Aries woman who is deeply, for everybody, kind of grounding where the whole turnings, the turning of the scene, of any scene. The spiritual goal of Aries tends to very often be to learn the meaning of selfless love. It's because their opposite pole is Libra, which is ruled by Venus. It's the sense of contractual obligation to others for its own sake. Love and support to others for its own sake, while still being able to be yourself. That's the typical Aries thing anyway. It's a little easier for Aries woman, because the feminine can kind of tune into that sentimentality a little bit more than Aries men can. Now, secret Aries. Inside anyone who has strong Aries influences is a person who thinks that he or she is more interesting than others and is better than those with whom they are in competition. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Any woman who is, gay and bisexual women who start relating with each other, they are two women. Usually a man is the plus and then the woman is the minus, and that they can jive on that thing. Now with women, you got two minuses, quote unquote. Could be plus, it's whatever. You can switch the yin and the yang around. Either way, you have one of the same polarity, but they have polarities within them. Within that minus polarity. So that an Aries woman can be sensitive and sentimental and intuitive, just like all women are, but can be the one that's like, hey baby, so this is what I think we should do. What do you think? Good, let's do it. And it's nice when you're a woman and you're in the sort of like receptive posture to have this bad bitch who goes around and is just kind of like, this is what we're gonna do today. It's kind of nice, because everybody can be useful in some kind of collaborative relationship. In fact, I find that, if I'm not mistaken, I know plenty of Aries women who are straight, but it seems to me that there is a deep potential for Aries woman in particular to have some kind of interest in their own gender and sexuality and how they present their pole in the relationship with another woman. It's probably pretty common for Aries women to be interested in bisexuality. We're going to read and learn about how the psyche of Aries woman can be very firmly fixed on what it is, on whatever type of activity it wants to grip on. And they can be very submissive. Don't think that because you're an Aries woman that you can't be submissive. Submissive tendencies, dominating tendencies, this comes from like your rising sign, the moon sign, and the sun, where your Venus is, and all the things in your chart, particularly the placement of Taurus in your chart and Venus. Taurus represents, like, in your chart, whatever your rising sign is. Taurus to you represents the arena through which you exercise your emotional exchange energy, your energetic exchange with other people, your attractive abundance nature. What do you do unconsciously that attracts people? So just being an Aries doesn't mean you're going to be dominant or submissive, although there's dominating butchy tendencies, which this Aries woman will typically find whatever they are and really grasp it. So with that being said, there's probably a lot of potential for Aries woman in particular to enjoy being gay and bisexual, because a lot of times women, when you have two women, often what happens is that it can become like too many cooks, too many chiefs and not enough Indians, nobody guiding the direction of what are we going to do today? Where are we going to go to eat? What do you think we should do this weekend? You know, if you've got a woman who is just like, I was thinking we would do this, then it's nice. Of course, Aries always has to, regardless of your gender, you as an Aries have to make sure that you can do that, be yourself, be Aries, make a decision, initiate, but especially because you're a woman with another woman, it's very good for you to say, what do you think about this, honey? Do you think this is a good idea for us both? Great. Because if you say this and your partner is kind of like, well, I was kind of thinking more of like this, then you're going to have to work that out. Are you getting a sexual kink out of being the dom and saying, no, I want this and this is what we're going to do? And is that like a kink you guys have? That can be juicy at times when ultimately you can't erode, if you want to have a good relationship with anybody, you can't erode the mutual respect and dignity. That's something Aries of any gender, of any orientation, has to be careful of. So it's not necessarily such a bad thing that they think of themselves as number one in competition and stuff like that. If the other partner also takes that upon themselves, there can be butting heads. But ultimately, you know, the Aries woman, we love about Aries woman that they have this feeling that they can compete and they're going to win because they got something amazing, some skill, some just pure spine and backbone that will get them with raw willpower through anything. It's a good thing to have. So it's patently obvious to all that Aries is interested in winning, whoever or whatever the challenge. A fight, a race, a bit of physical or verbal sparring, or an opportunity to do things in new ways. These are the things that keep Aries' fires burning bright. And they're also things that they look for in a partner, being able to do these things. Aries is an original, and being first lights him or her up. They have to be number one in every respect. Now, the secret fear of a typical Aries is that he or she won't be liked or valued, even though a winner. However, failure is never a problem because Aries doesn't know the word. Every outcome is seen as part of the winning process, which is why warnings of impending disaster are usually ignored. This is very much part of the Aries thing. It's like, look, baby, we're going here. We got to get this new apartment in like 3 months. I got to go to work and we just got to bang, 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 work it out. You know, we'll bang, we'll have our fun and we'll do the thing and we're going to get it done. And when the partner starts saying like, you know, like, I don't know if that was like the right choice going to this apartment. The partner starts saying these things, the Aries is liable to say, yeah, so, you know, I mean, every goal has obstructions and these are obstructions and I'm going to get over them. And we're going to get to that goal. Sometimes that's great because then the Aries can pull through descent. But ultimately, they have to be very careful for when the partner is saying something like, you know, this ship is going down. This current goal that we're working on is going down. This is you're holding on to a ship that's not going to make it. Of course, Aries is the type of person who's like, well, if I got to go down with this ship, then I will. You know, so Aries has to be careful not to listen to the partner and not to be too ballsy or over-easy. Over-ease-ish. At least when impending danger could be a thing. Okay, so that was a little bit about Aries. Now let's just take a quick little peek at Aries female. Remember, this little book is the zodiac diagram group, the Little Giant Encyclopedia. This book is kind of like a gumball for the experiences, for what's going to be going on. It's a condensed figure of Aries and Aries woman, just to give us a bit of background before we get into the sextrology books. So, the Aries female. The typical Aries woman appearance is slim and strong, very active, and they glow with energy. They have strong, luxurious hair. They wear sophisticated colors and perfumes. They dress in clothes appropriate to the situation and to the occasion. Now, what are the typical Aries woman behavior and personality traits? The typical Aries woman looks you in the eye and gives you a firm handshake to let you know that she means business. They are enthusiastic and optimistic. They will talk back, and they will have just as much savvy and that sort of girl power sort of like reactiveness and combative verbal sparring. And they can get hurt by it just because they seek to express some domination somewhere, and when they speak, it just kind of comes through them. And some people think that there's too much of that energy going on there. It's just a natural dominating tendency, especially the feministy types of this Aries woman camp. Which, again, if everybody's for the feminist movement or for anything that the Aries is about, everybody loves when the Aries can chirp, chirp, chirp. Let me tell you what. The typical Aries woman expects loyalty, hugely in part because they have ambition and they want to just secure somebody who is just basically going to help them in their adventurous, ambitious joie de vivre, this joy of life and excitement about life that pours out of the Aries woman. They would love a partner who can kind of help them ground that consciousness. So they expect loyalty. They hope for loyalty. It's almost like the Aries is this goat that wants to be tied to a pole. And it's very weird because they might this is what I always say about Aries, is that they're a goat tied to a pole. And when you look at them, they're always pulling away from the pole. Like they're trying to buck around and see how strong this pole thing that's holding you really is. Are you really there? And pulling it around and jostling and yanking and pulling on the cord. And just gosh, it almost seems like you're really jostling and you're uncomfortable. Like, do you really want to be with me? But they're actually just like that. They're just rowdy like that and just excitable and even flirty and jumping into other people. But they love to be able to do that. But they'll always have an eye kind of cocked back there, just like, is my pulse, am I still attached to that thing? They're hoping that you are. And the more they can buck and for the pole to stay firm, well, the more they can buck, the more they can feel free to to ambitiously climb in their career, to be ecstatically excited to show you off to their family or whatever it might be. All these little things that Aries loves to do, loves to have a partner who's loyal and could stick there so that they can do this buck thing and they test you, they challenge you in a certain way. And they love when you stand by them and you do that. Eventually they're going to buck all the way around and then they're going to give that solid pole a good buck fucking. just to let you know, oh, you did good. You did the pole thing. Now you're going to be the pole and I'm going to be the goat and we're going to see how long I can pull you around. Typically, Aries is fearless, and they are. The Aries woman just is fearless. They can be dodgy when it comes to their value in relationships, because they hope that they can remain doing their thing and that they can be appreciated for doing their thing. And they don't want to have to listen and put too much effort into the relationship. They kind of want their partner to do that. So they're fearless in this sense. They kind of feel like, I've just got this thing going on that you're going to chill with. It's just that this fearlessness can translate into relationship insecurity. But once they feel secure in the relationship, then they are fearless. They'll say anything to anybody, especially a woman. Fuck me. They can be so just like, an Aries woman will say anything to you. It's kind of like Scorpio woman will. They get off on the charge of combat. And as a woman, there's so many places where they can seem almost like, it's almost inappropriate for you to be so pushy in this agenda, in this regard, in whatever situation. And she's like, oh yeah. The Aries loves that. So the typical Aries woman will have interests outside the home or has a career, some kind of ambition. They expect to win in any situation, which kind of means that if you're a partner with the Aries woman will appreciate it if they can be the hot, sexy winner, and that you can like be it's the weird double-edged sword. You kind of have to be combative with them and show them, make them feel like you're actually wrestling them. But when they go in for the chokehold and they're like, okay, say uncle, you say, okay, you win, honey, you are the one on top. And she's like, yeah, you're damn right I am. Thank you for letting me win. You know, so like they just want to win, and you have to have the psyche that can be like, all right, like I'm going to fight you for a bit, but then you're going to win and it's going to be fine. Because hopefully they'll take a lot of that combative energy and bring it to other things outside of you so that you don't just get bombarded for it. But if you're a fire woman too, if your partner has a bit of fire in them, then they'll love this Aries part of you, which is so... Ballsy is not the word, obviously. Maybe titsy. I was inclined to say over easy, but then it sounds like I'm saying over easy. We're going to find one, folks. Ladies. Aries woman is direct, open, and honest, and they can make miracles happen when they want to. Sounds like Aries to me. I have so many wonderful Aries women in my life, and many of them have like a bisexual, transgender quality to them. My girlfriend texted me. I have a girlfriend. She's a sweet little Virgo, and we are both like non-binary, bisexual. And when I get all dressed up and dolled up as a girl like this, she gets a total clit boner for it. And I love that. Okay. So, continuing on, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys enjoyed that little introduction. Now that we've gone past our introduction, we are going to delve into the sexual psyche of the Aries gay woman. And this is coming from sextrology, which once again includes sexual orientation as well as gender in the reading of these astrological, metaphysical tendencies that come from the astrology sign, from the sun sign in particular. Now, what I have to do now is, unfortunately, I probably should have gotten this done. Okay, so what I didn't do, because I'm a real fucking genius, Okay, so what I'm going to do, this book, like I said, it's got a real good description of the sexual nature of Aries woman. Now, I'm not going to go through that whole thing again. What I would like for you to do, if you're interested, check out the sextrology episode of Aries straight woman to get a sense of the universal sexual psyche of Aries woman. Eventually, that reading starts to talk about heterosexual Aries woman. So, listen to that episode, get the reading from there, and then come here, because this is going to alter the universal Aries woman, whether you're gay or straight. This reading is specifically the bisexual gay Aries woman. So I'm going to read a little bit from the last paragraph of the heterosexual Aries woman, just to sort of spin up a sense again of the sexuality of all Aries women, and then we're going to get more steadily into particularly the gay bisexual Aries woman. Okay. So, for Aries, all sexual activity should have at least a small dose of shock value to it, especially where there's an opportunity for a bit of exhibitionism on her part. So Aries, especially the Aries woman, always loves a bit of some kind of shock value whenever she can pull that off. She gets off on being watched. Lights on, shades up. And she has a weakness for sex in public, which is really all about her hope that she and her lover will be noticed. Whereas for many people, it's getting away with not being seen that holds the secret thrill. Aries just wants to be seen in those fucking hot thigh-high stockings and like some kind of lacy thing, and just like, oh gosh, were people watching us? The ram wants to cause a stir by being caught out as highly sexed. She may discuss in detail a previous night's romp as dispassionately as describing a trip to the dentist. She has a tendency to brag about her sexual conquests, confident that such disclosure will only inspire awe and admiration in others. Her sense of discretion often slips as she feels no conflict in mixing business with pleasure, even daring to engage in a quickie behind her office door, only to emerge with her partners to suspiciously raised eyebrows. Often, even when in a steady relationship, Aries will crave extracurricular activities. Indeed, no other woman is bound to stray from her primary commitment as much as the ram woman. I always like to say that this is just the sun sign, so if you don't feel yourself at all to be this type of flirtatious, promiscuous personality, you don't have to consider yourself as it. But there is an arc here which involves the Aries' enjoyment of her own capacity to make mountains crumble just by the turn of her face and by the tightness of her shirt, you know? Just for her to do that, just sort of unassumingly, and for all the people in the room just to be like, it's kind of a thing that Aries gets off on. It's a power. It's a power that comes from within her just inherently juicy sexuality and will. So, and there's a flirtatiousness there that's in the arc if you feel like you want to enjoy it. Just as usual, when there's ever any kind of arc like this, if you just have to communicate with your partner that you enjoy this kind of flirtatiousness, and if you were able to employ it, it wouldn't mean that anything would break the bond between you and your partner. If you can explain that to them, then maybe you can enjoy it, you know? But you should, if you really want to keep your solid relationships to be solid and meaningful. The ram may say nothing, thinking it nobody's affair but her own. Or she might have been so upfront about her liberated spirit from the get-go that she has established her bond as open. She may even want her partner present while she gets it on with another guy, to have him watch her with perhaps a younger stud or even someone she's picked out of a gourmet catalog of paid escorts. And this is for the women's side. It can be the same thing too, you know? Do you want to tag along while I fuck this fucking pussy? That's the kind of thing an Aries woman would say even to her girl partner. So, you know, this type of behavior is a rarity, if only because Aries' partner's affection is too profound to comfortably allow it. The nature of the squeamish, submissive partner that the dominating Aries can bring tends to show that the partner is really hoping that you don't actually betray the trust and the sentiment that they hold for you. So this is why this thing can get a little scrunchy. In fact, Aries woman's long-standing, at least in heterosexual relationships, can be one-sided, with the man becoming the nurturing, maternal presence. So because the woman is so dominating and domineering, her partner tends to be nurturing and supporting. It should be said that the typical Aries is relatively lacking in maternal instincts, which helps to explain why she often seeks a partner who will mother her, that is, when they're not in the bedroom. She'll rarely make time for simple shows of affection, something that threatens to become her foremost relationship pitfall. It also sheds light on why so many Aries live solitary, albeit satisfying lives, late into adulthood. It's just too much work to dredge up warm and fuzzy feelings that one doesn't possess. It's just sort of the way Aries woman psyche is. It can be very much this personal wanderer, this personal enjoyer of one's own very solo journey. Aries woman can get a lot out of that, and any partner that she gets with is a delicious and wonderful add-on to my coterie of beautiful people that I connect with while I go about my self-journey towards the realization that I seek. Of course, often Aries finds when they're counting all the spiritual pennies at the end of the later parts of their lives, they might find very well that it was the moments where they gave themselves up in passionate and loving surrender to some kind of partnership, or in love for love's sake, that they allowed their spirit to come through. Something outside of their own need to be a solid pillar in their own life, which is what they've got so down and so good at. It's the opposite. The Libra is going to cause them to want partnership and affection at some deep level, but it's not just because it's their spiritual evolutionary desire at a deep level doesn't necessarily mean it's their natural instinct, right? Their biological dynamic, so to say. Okay. So now that was like a little piece of like the general sexuality of Aries woman. Now this is getting more into specifically the bisexual and gay Aries woman. In many ways, Aries female is very much like a stereotypical man whom women are wont to harangue for not having more sensitivity. Again, the ram gal is much more aligned with that stereotypically male perspective in life, one which, in many ways, makes women appear to be the opposite sex. This may explain why Aries is easily one of the more bisexual females on the astrological block, right? Kind of like we were saying at the start. Compared with most women, she'd think nothing of forming a threesome with her male partner and another woman, particularly if that woman is distinctly unlike her. Super passive, soft, and seemingly vulnerable. She gets quite a kick out of watching a femme wriggle helplessly beneath her, relishing the role of alpha female to be reckoned with. There's a hint of the sadistic in the way she relates to a woman in a bisexual setting, particularly, as she imposes a forcefulness, particularly with someone who is new to girl-on-girl experiences. She really gets in a woman's face, pressing her for oral pleasure, strapping on the de rigueur dildo. Even the straightest Aries, if there truly is such an animal, would be curious to feel the rush of screwing another woman to orgasm and to hear a few pleas for more, or possibly less, because they're doing it so hard. Though practically all Aries females will find themselves in bed with another woman at some point, when the ram identifies as gay, she does so unequivocally. Just as straight Aries typically hangs with an all-male cast of friends, gay Aries woman will seek out the company of other women exclusively, for all intents and purposes turning her back on the male world completely. Privately, she may have been undergoing a gradual shift to gay identification, but it would seem to those who know her as if she switched teams overnight. Up to that total turning point, she could have been quite sexually active with any number of men whose jaws will invariably hit the ground when this big story comes out. It's not that Aries remains closeted longer than other gay women. It's just that having had bisexual feelings for so long, typically acting on them all the while, such open experimentation actually stems the tide of an utterly sweeping sexual epiphany. Indeed, it's not so much a matter of discovering an abrupt desire for women, as much as it is developing an incremental but ultimately violent revulsion for men. Interesting. Unlike straight Aries, who, in sleeping with a woman, seeks to express a near bratty dominance over another female, the gay Aries is looking for the exact opposite experience. Okay, very interesting. So this shows that the bisexual or gay Aries woman is generally drawn to even more domineering women with whom she can play at being a bit of a sex object herself. Gay Aries can get very girly, indulging in the sort of feminine trappings that would send straight ram girls running for the hills. And yet, because she so obliterates herself from the gaze of men, the Aries lesbian feels free to explore, indeed fetishize, the female experience without it signaling a surrender to male tyranny. What is a woman when she is not the reflection of a man? She is pure femininity for its own joyous, explorative sake. With a woman, gay Aries will do what straight Aries wouldn't dream of. Dress up in lacy lingerie and provocative underwear. Perform strip teases for her lover. The whole Playboy bunny routine. On the outside, it will be the same jeans and t-shirt shell as usual. But underneath may be lurking entire pages of the Victoria's Secret catalog. Gay Aries essentially shares her alpha female status with a lover, whom she'll let play the part of decision maker and parental advisor, while she commits to her own starring role as a worshipped and indulged ingenue, no matter what her actual age. Aries does tend to connect with even slightly older lovers, at once butcher and certainly more mothering than herself. Very interesting. Aries is the sign of identity. It's identity birthing forth into the world. And it's very interesting that the grip that an Aries woman would take would be towards her own biological sexuality. As a gay lover, the straight Aries woman can be different and has this dominating tendency. It's interesting to me to see that when she comes out as gay, she all of a sudden really doesn't, it's almost like she doesn't feel the need to compete with men. And therefore, the expression of femininity is just very much this, like, it's not a minus or a plus. It's just a world of frilly, lacy, seductive enjoyment that she can take upon herself and be Aries and be really forthright with it and identify with it. The Aries gay woman's lover may even be an amalgam of the Aries woman's parents' energies. Someone who confers and consults with Aries' father in offering her professional advice, just as she'll powwow with Aries' mother on how to best negotiate the ram's moodiness. Right, so the lesbian Aries' lover will even just talk to the Aries' mom just about, like, how do you deal as a woman with this crazy, excitable, stubborn woman's ways and the moodiness of the Aries ram. So for the lover of an Aries woman, attention will always be on caretaking, that and staving off her trademark terrible tantrums, whether she's straight, gay, or, as is often the case, somewhere in between. Aries can have these tantrums where it's just like, okay, energy that I gotta express, and you're gonna be here with me or not, but here's this explosion, let's see how we deal with it. It's part of the Mars energy that just... But again, that's why we love Aries women. It's because they're so on the edge of the knife. Hopefully that's not too literal. As a rule, gay Aries woman wants to be done for in the bedroom, the rather one-sided recipient of sexual activity, requiring her lover to be happiest in the position of service to her, orally or otherwise. The only thing Aries may miss about heterosexual contact is the very real penetration that it afforded. Still, she can't quite stomach the idea of what's attached to a genuine penis. In a steady lesbian relationship, it will be her lover who will need to do the requisite strappings on, or endeavoring to stimulate the Aries with similarly probing toys or techniques. Much to her partner's delight, Aries will give audible, vocal testimony to the incomparable pleasure this provides, especially satisfying the erotic desires of a more dominant companion. A woman who is dominant and will grab this slutty little girl by the hair and make her her bitch, the Aries woman will be a symphony of blissful mutterings to that person. Yum. If her lover is decidedly butch, Aries will only play the femme even more, forever trying to fulfill the extent of whatever fantasies her partner might possess. Aries, for her part, thrives on an erotically charged relationship, and she'll do anything to keep an aura of electricity in the air. In truth, to the Aries, life is just what happens between sexual experiences. That's a perfect way to put it. It's like everything in life is just moving around these central pillars of that delicious, erotic electricity. Swimming in the all-girl pool as gay Aries tends to do increasingly limiting contacts. Sometimes the grammar in this book is weird. Swimming in the all-girl pool as gay Aries tends to do, increasingly limiting her contacts with men in every sector of life. Even in her career, gay Aries will continue to gravitate towards or nurture an all-female environment. She will typically befriend other photo-ready females, mainly femmes, with whom to mix and mingle. When single, she'll gal pal around, fairly exclusively, with other lookers like herself, turning more female heads in her search for sexual partners or a permanent relationship. When already seriously involved with someone, she maintains a bevy of chick girlfriends, often those like her, who have more behind-the-scenes mates, with whom she can continue to check out the ever-changing lesbian social scene. Like straight Aries woman, all her friendships will border on flirtation, and she may even dare to have the occasional dalliance. But because she yearns for the unadulterated worship of a blatantly unaffected mate, someone for whom her good looks and glamour are an aphrodisiac, not a source of competition, as with a similarly inclined lipstick les, Aries Gay woman mostly saves her loving for that emotional rock waiting for her at home. If anything, she'd prefer to make a party of it, sharing a sexual conquest with her lover, bringing home a pretty present for a mate to play with. In such a scenario, she in the third will engage in sensual play designed in the Aries mind to provide a visual treat for her partner, who might then get the pleasure of having her way with the visiting newbie. Still, other than for another woman being sexed up from either end via their mutual consent, nothing or no one should ever come between Aries and her at-home hubby-lovey lover. If what they have together alone isn't enough, the ram will be out of there like a shot. She's happy to respect her partner's limits. If that means no third parties, so be it. After all, Aries doesn't effortlessly invest her heart. When she finds a lover to commit to, she will do anything and everything to protect and preserve that sacred bond that she's found with that lover. Very cute. I could definitely see that with the Aries. They have so much of this flirty, on the surface, burgeoning cherry lipstick, just like everybody wanting to fuck this just delicious fucking dough just hanging in the forest. She has so much of this on the surface, bringing up of that Mars urgency from so many people. But she loves to mix all of this up on the surface. But again, to have that pull, to have some central thing that she's tied to, so that she can gluck and buck and just say, oh, wow, look at how solid my lover is, even though I go all the way around. And, that's with respect to the lover's feelings and intentions. If you're lucky and you're good, if you're an Aries woman and you have a good Venus, I think the best situation for this type of personality is a lover who gives you the trust and the freedom, who you get emotional fulfillment from, and mutual sexual, constant electrical fulfillment, so that, and it's there and it's buzzing, so that you can go and flirt all the way around. And if anything, what that does is shows you that the grass is not greener on the other side of the field that you have back home. But you can constantly reiterate that, and you have a good lover, they'll know. They'll know. Go fucking do your thing, baby. I know you're going to come back to me with all these little things that we have that we both love. I know, baby. It's okay. Do your thing. I know you're going to come back. An Aries woman just like, oh, okay, I'm going to be back. You better believe it. So, show bollocks. Well, I did show it already, and I'm going to have to go to the bathroom before I stop. My friend Please Rewind has asked me to show my ass again, and I think that I just might, because I am enjoying showing my ass to you guys. Feeling like a woman more and more all the time. It's not like I'm not trans, I enjoy being in a man's body, but I consider myself non-binary, so many times I love to have that same flirtatiousness of a woman. It just comes at me like crazy sometimes. Okay, so I think I'm going to go to the bathroom right now. When I come back, we're going to be continuing our readings of Starsky and Cox, Cosmic Coupling, because now we're going to actually be getting into the combinations. Just showing you guys a little bit on my butt. Wow, my ass is like really pale. I need a tan. I'll be back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, enough teasing, enough noodling around. We've got some work to do. So, as usual, hey folks, how's it going? My name's Dustin Cormier, and you are watching the Sextrology of Gay Aries Woman. We've just talked about the sexual dynamic of particular to the gay and bisexual Aries woman. Interestingly, describing and noticing how being bisexual and gay brings out a certain dimension of the Aries woman that can be more, it's not necessarily receptive per se, but certainly femme. All the trappings of seduction, of dolling oneself up in the way that I try to, wearing all the right clothes, wearing things particular to a situation that would bring out a fascination, a power play, an attractiveness that is almost like powerful in femme, because the Aries woman likes to be the one in a way that's got this delicious value, but they really love to be all of these things for someone who's kind of unaffected by it, kind of stoic about it, not unaffected. They're hoping that their lover appreciates all the effort that the Aries woman is so excited to give to this solid emotional rock in their lives. But they can be very femme, the Aries woman. Enjoying how the feminine side of sexuality can be just this delicious expression for their passion, for the way that they want to show affection to a lover. So let's read through and try to, let's get a sense of this through some of these combinations. What we're about to read is a reading of Aries woman in her combinations with, well, another Aries woman. Now we're going to start going through all the combinations of the signs. And right now we're going to be talking about Aries woman with Aries woman. What I've been doing is first I'll give you a little snippet of it from the original Sextrology book, and then we're going to actually read from Cosmic Coupling, which is the book that's specifically about the couplings. The original Sextrology book gives you a little gumball of a condensed figure of this sign combination. So this is Aries woman plus Aries woman. This is two uncomplicated characters who need no validation. They both agree that androgyny is a supreme state of being. There's a godly dose of narcissism wrapped in their desire. Androgyny is a supreme state of being, a goodly dose of narcissism wrapped up in their desire, mutually, for both of their sakes. I just love affecting you the way that I do, and I love that you affect me the way you do. It's this sort of like, damn, we're hot bitches, aren't we? That kind of thing. Mutual masturbation might be how it begins. It's the two of them just sitting on like the bus one day, and it's almost like maybe they might have even talked to each other about like masturbating in public or just kind of getting off in public at some point, just because Aries is always just bristling with an exhibitionist sort of like vibe to them, like more of a constant electricity. And then it happens on the day where they decide to go on like, you know, a date or a second or third date, and they've talked about that, and they're sitting beside each other, and one looks down and notices that her hand is kind of down here, just sort of like wandering a little bit, and then the partner's looking at, you know, the one Aries is looking at the other, just like, I know exactly what you are doing there, miss, little missy, little miss cutie pie. So they're both just got their hands down their junk, and they might just be kind of leaning into each other, just like, you doing what I'm doing? Yeah, yeah, you know you are. Kind of hot. It's just the way Aries woman is. The two of them together is just like delicioso. So that was a little gumball picture of the combination of Aries one with Aries woman. Now let's read from Cosmic Coupling to see a more expanded version of how this dynamic might play out. So this is Aries woman plus Aries woman. It's called the urge. That's what our book calls this particular combination. Chemistry. At first, these two clash, each projecting derision onto the other for being difficult, histrionic, bratty. Still, these Valkyries are galvanized by the other's blatant display of ego and overt sexuality, surfacing initially as signature aggression. Even two straight Aries feel a pheromonic tug here, which may result in a fleeting fling. They rile each other, neither able to fully wield alpha status. Typically, Aries woman must mask her foremost agenda, sex, negotiating the inherent emotionality of most lesbian bonds. Here, no. And once she figures out this fact, she finds herself staring down the barrel of her prurient counterpart's lust for her. Love is generally not in the initial offing, and it is the prospect of unfettered fun that is its own self-propelled impetus for the pairing. Just unfettered fun for its own sake. You know, this is just the sun signs. So, you know, it's very possible that you might be enjoying the fun at the sun level with this partner, but you know, like, it's really all about the moon sign, the rising sign, and the interrelation, and Venus and even Jupiter. Jupiter for a woman is really going to show you things that you could enjoy in the expression of a partner who really jives and vibes with you. So, you know, look to your own Jupiter, whether it's got fire in it or anything like this, or whether it works with the other parts of your partner. So this just pure sun-to-sun connection can be enriched by dimensions of more than just Aries with Aries. Because, again, this is just the sun signs, you know? It's important. It's a huge aspect of your dynamic, but it's only one of the many aspects of the chart. It's really the most important one, the sun sign. That's why it's such a popular thing. But you can't ever assume that a pairing is going to be exactly like this is described in any of these books, because you are so much more than just your sun sign. Now, compatibility. Aries can easily have sex at the top of the first date, neither girl banking upon it going any farther, or even caring or thinking about it. A pleasant surprise, then, as it often does, go farther. And for all her objectifying Mars energy, Aries looks to be the love toy in this bond. Both seeking this love toy play, objectivity, they play coy, the pairing, by its very existence, softening these usually hardened players. Empathy makes them tolerant of trademark brusqueness and ego flexing. And they enjoy healthy detachment in a bond that fosters fidelity, which, let's face it, isn't typically Aries' strong suit. But this bond is all or nothing. They may work together, sharing as many aspects of life as possible. Ram women demand busloads of attention, which might preclude giving considered focus to a lover. So they look for validation from fawning friendships and flirtations. Aries revel in each other's tales of such come-ons, fostering a mythos of most desirable couple. So they both get off on like, oh my God, you have no idea how this guy was coming on to me. God, he was such a loser, but man, did I feel hot. Oh my God, no way. And they'll kind of like have fun with that. They both create a mutual mythos together of this banging hot couple. At least definitely on the sexual level. Now, carnality. Given their prolific natures, Aries must beware of inciting surplus jealousy, since altercations on that score can get ugly. The Ram probably needs more sex than any other female on the astrological block. She is queen of the quickies, and together these two have it off like rabbits. Daily orgasms are de rigueur, even if via a tactile flicking or other such perfunctory contact on off nights between full-on interaction. Hunger and ardent urgency characterizes their intimacy, and they are equally wanting of both deepest penetration and taking on the task of aggressor, strapping on the required equipment to do just that. They are forever flipping, often many times in the course of a single session. There's little role play per se, neither feeling a compulsion to take the part of femme. Rather, the bond will always sexually smack of two sporty schoolgirls roughly having it off, both being the least affectionate of lasses. Even their kisses can leave scars. They're especially non-demonstrative in public, others assuming that they're just really good gal pals, even though there could be a slight little electric touch. Here you go, darling, you want this ice cream cone? Let me hold it for you. Yeah, you really do like that, don't you? Enjoyable and hot. I find that the two Aries girls, when they come together, are a lot of the same thing, as any two sun signs coming together are a lot of the same thing. But an Aries girl, two Aries girls coming together can really get off on each other at this deep primal sexual level, but also the freedom that they both respect in each other. They give each other the space to enjoy this flirtatiousness and freedom. I mean, as long as it doesn't actually compromise their mutually secure bond with each other, because if that is what they're dealing through. But even if not, these girls have to work out a lot of aesthetic jealousy between each other, because if one of them is just getting more attention than the other, they both got to deal with that. They both got to feel mutually hot off of another, and that can be hard to keep up. Aries woman can keep it up if anybody can, but again, it's going to take bonds of outside of just the sun in order to bring these two together, so that this interplaying of flirtatiousness and, like, you know, the two feeling like they're supporting each other and feeling both beautiful, you know, these kind of things will if it's communicated and mutual and flowing, that will happen if the bond is worth holding on to as it is. And they might even be juicy. Just like, oh, you had that girl looking at you, damn. But hopefully, you know, like, you know, that was nothing compared to the chick that I had last week on the bus, you remember? And she was in that delicious pink dress, do you remember? And she was looking at me. Yeah, baby, I remember, you know. These two probably just work this out in between the secure bond. And it's even sexy. It's competitive. There's a competitive nature to those two that can be real juicy. So that was Aries woman plus Aries woman. As usual, ladies and gentlemen, if you are watching, feel free to make any comments that you like, have any questions, any concerns about what's being said, feel free to ask me, and I'll try to speak to it as I can throughout, as befits today's discussion. Now, next up on our chopping block, we have perfect. I'm always adjusting myself today. Today we are, the next part of the series, we're going to be talking about Aries woman with Taurus woman. First, we're going to read from the original sextrology book. This has a little description of all of the 12 couplings of Aries woman with all the other 12 women of the zodiac. And that's also the subject of this book. This book expounds on it and expands on it. It's kind of the word I'm looking for. So, this is Aries woman plus Taurus woman. These two are a social pair. They want to see and be seen. Aries has that glow of good health. Taurus is fetching, but unfussy. The bull woman offers Aries the protection she herself usually seeks. Sex is earthy, sensual, and orgiastic. Just bringing it out of each other. Especially just the Taurus is like, the Taurus woman is like holding it down. Like, oh, it's earthy. Like, I know the Taurus woman. Like, they hold orgiastic and reactive emotional responses in themselves, into each other, in themselves, and they let their partner lift this tensely tightened coccygeal muscles, you know, like the Aries woman will hold that down and just look just tight and somewhat unaffected, and just it's this come hither sort of vibe. And the Aries woman is like a spider, just like, lift it, bring it up, baby, come on, fucking give me that. And the Aries woman is so excitable constantly that Taurus woman is just gonna, like, they get that delicious shakiness that they do. So, in this combination, we have a Mars-ruled Aries woman being combining with Venus-ruled Taurus woman. Now, the Aries woman being ruled by Mars can be a bit pushy. They really like to grab whatever role, whatever thing they are, and rocket launch that into the partnership, into the relationship. So, like, the Aries woman can be very much this excitable, sort of often very femme lesbian. And the Taurus woman, like both of these can like, you know, be kind of one or the other. There are butch, gay Aries women, but as we've talked about at the start of this video, if you want to listen to the sextrology aspect of this video, the Aries woman really enjoys when she can give her ardent affection to somebody who will appreciate all of this ardent, girly, sort of like affection, but also to like their Aries can very much be affection, like I gotta find the right word for this, because they're not necessarily affectionate. Aries can be known for just rock and rolling on their own path, and you gotta pull affection out of them. But they're ardent, they're urgent, and they're sexual styles that they love to just collect electricity into themselves as a power moving item to make their lives easy, so that they don't even have to flick their wrist, and they'll get attention and admiration for just this thing that they do and for what they are. Taurus woman is a little bit different. Taurus woman is more looking to ground a sense of mutual comfort and values, and Taurus woman can even be a bit of a server. They would prefer to kind of be perhaps the submissive one to the willfulness of the Aries woman. And the Taurus woman will be happy to cater in a feminine way, although they can be butch and kind of slower moving. They're kind of this plodding rock, which the Aries woman can really look for. This is a woman who can... The Taurus woman is someone who can kind of bring out the mothering instincts that Aries has never cared to want for herself. The sort of paying attention to, like, you know, don't forget your lunch on the way to work, babe, and then the little spank on the ass on the way out. You know, like, this is the kind of things that the Taurus can kind of do to ground them both. And the Taurus will appreciate about the Aries that she'll take all of this, appreciate it, and then the Aries will be the sweet, cute little superstar all around the scene so that they can be seen with each other, and the Taurus woman knows that she's quiet and well-to-do, reserved, and I got me a sweet little piece of ass that just goes around and is just such a starlet, and I know she's going to come back to me at the end. Generally tends to be how this vibe is going to play out. Mars of Aries and the Venus of Taurus are like neutral to each other in terms of friendship in the actual Vedic astrology schema. So they're not friends, but they're not enemies. They meet each other at a sense of mutuality, and they have to communicate in order to get a sense of what's our mutual roles, how much should we be able to play in between them. Will it be fixed? Will it be rigid? Will you be the butch and I'll be the passive supporter, the girly girl? You know, it's good for these two to communicate these kinds of things, communicate the intentions of the relationship if it seems like there are things in your chart outside of just the sun that would secure the bond deeper than just a casual fling. Because this is just sun signs that we're talking about. It's really about the rising sign, the moon sign, the Venus and Jupiter, especially for women in particularly. Lesbian women really have to consider Jupiter and Venus in order to see how they do in a relationship. Venus is their way of receiving fulfillment for themselves. Jupiter is their way of bringing the integrity of their deeper spiritual and aspiration intentions into their relationship. So they're not just using it just to fulfill their emotions, but they're also getting a genuine expression of their spirit. It's the connections of Jupiter to some other part of the chart. You know, if this is like an Aries woman and the Taurus woman has Jupiter in Leo, the Jupiter in Leo of the Taurus woman is going to appreciate the fieriness of the Aries woman. There's lots of things to talk about and discuss in this matter. Feel free to comment, ask about certain things, certain combinations. You know, eventually I'm going to be doing videos about relationship compatibility. For now, we're just going to splay out the archetypes of the suns together, right? So I digress. This is Aries woman with Taurus woman. And this part of our reading comes from Cosmic Coupling. the sexual compatibility between two things. I'm just looking at our comments here. Seems like we have a friend, Ace, who's just saying hello. Nice to see you, Ace. Thanks for being a part of the conversation. So this is Aries woman and Taurus woman coming together. Cosmic astrology, cosmic coupling, calls this combination the crush. Chemistry. These two, Aries and Taurus ladies, they're really opposites. I always like to say that there's an interesting thing going on here because they're similar in a lot of ways because they're part of the same quadrant of the astrology wheel. That being like spring, Aries, Taurus, Gemini are like part of one quadrant. And they're all similar, yet between the three of them are vastly different in their behavior and their expression. Although they can have similar archetypal harmony regarding the nature of spring, the nature of a burgeoning vitality and excitement for life. So, as the book says, these two really are opposites. In the biblical analogy, the girly Taurus is as yielding as Eve, whilst the Aries girl is like Adam's irascible first wife, Lilith, who would submit to no one. Together, they embody the full gamut of femaledom, from femininity to feminism. Like gay schoolgirls experiencing uneasy pangs, equal parts longing and contempt. The attraction here is visceral and life-affirming. Aries will poke fun at Taurus's attachment to societal female trappings, and Taurus may turn her nose at Aries' unabashed, almost uncaringly unfemme manner. But it'll be these very attributes they espy in each other that propel them lickety-split between the sheets. Except in rare instances, their would-be roles in a relationship are clear-cut, making this an easy bond to slip into. Taurus inspires protective feelings in Aries, which is a rare sensation for the Aries, I would say. Or perhaps also for Taurus to be able to inspire protection feelings. It's not something that Taurus necessarily usually does, because Taurus is like a rock of emotional security, again, for this bond. Typically, Taurus woman is that, but also Taurus woman can be, again, submissive, and they like to be an emotional protector for some more burly, physical, ardent, muscular warrioress. Taurus likes someone who's pushy and demanding and penetrating, and she likes to be the woman behind the woman, who's just making sure that everything's clicking along and rubbing her Aries partner's back and saying, "I'm here, baby, I love you." Now, compatibility. Taurus woman looks up to Aries as a natural leader whose desire for her she can fan at will. Indeed, these ambitious women add up to quite a power couple. Still, there's no stepping on each other's toes, even in the daily grind of building a life together. As caretaking as Aries may feel, she also gets to be her freewheeling self here, confident that Taurus is keeping the home fires burning. She is, even if the bull's own personal demands outstretch the ram's. Taurus, the fixed earth sign, consolidates energy, attributing to her calm, rested mien. Aries needs to cut loose socially, usually on her lonesome. Possessive Taurus must learn that this doesn't implicate Aries is in extracurricular affairs, at least not necessarily. In truth, Aries can have a fling without impinging it upon her love for Taurus, who herself is a merciless serial monogamist who will go poof at the slightest proof that the Aries is stepping out. Again, I get that for the Taurus. The Taurus is sun, the sun in Taurus is, this woman is looking to project herself into a role as some kind of securely solid, emotionally bonded protector of a beautiful sacred bond or combination. The Taurus woman considers this important and sacred and really doesn't even want to hear that the Aries woman has her mind going towards other things. The Aries woman can be a monogamist, just as the Taurus woman can be a little bit more polyamorous. This is just the sun signs that we're talking about. But these arcs are here, and it will be something that the Taurus woman will probably feel more comfortable with if she feels like she's building towards that security. So you as an Aries woman might do well to at least let her know that you're mutually trying to build that with her, if that is what you're doing. And to ask and just let her know that I love to feel this extracurricular flirtatious energy with other people. It makes me feel good, but ultimately I'm always going to bring it back home to you, baby. You know, just to communicate these kinds of things. I'm just going to light a little bit of incense here. So, what we've all been waiting for, let's look at the carnality of this particular combination. I'm totally teasing you guys right now. I just want to get a little bit of incense happening here. There we go. I don't know if you guys are into this incense thing. I'm a big, dirty old hippie, and I do like to enjoy the sensuality of it once in a while. Okay. Carnality. These two are insatiable sexual characters. Taurus woman brings out the animal in the Aries, who delights in the bull's signature soft and pliable physicality. Regardless of her sexual history, Taurus will take the position of the innocent, letting Aries believe she is responsible for opening up a brave new world of carnal knowledge. Taurus brings out Aries' butcher instincts. The ram will focus on stimulating the bull's G-spot, the center of Taurus's sexual gravity, while Aries' own trigger point is often strictly clitoral. Interesting. So Aries isn't necessarily orally driven by nature, not nearly as much as Taurus is, which works so well for the Aries girl. Taurus's the body part that Taurus rules is the throat. Usually a big thing for heterosexual Tauruses who just love to gag on that cock. The Taurus here, not just the throat, but the mouth. Taurus woman will love to do all she can to vocalize and to get some sounds, especially if the Aries woman will make sounds, which she will. But the bull is probably more orally fixated than Aries is. So not orally driven by nature, Aries will employ innovations in plastic and latex to drive her lover home. The Taurus, by contrast, is a master at mouth music, finding Aries' myriad erogenous zones beyond the usual suspects. Taurus can find, with that tongue, just opening up places in the Aries' body, just exploring, and just like the Taurus is just like, I have got nowhere to go. And the Aries is like, yeah, so like grab your head and like put it on my pussy already. And the Taurus is going to say, oh, I know you want that, and I'm not going to give it to you. Not yet, little girl. Teasing the ram is the bull's stock in trade in this combination. The whole of their sex life can be characterized by the former's titillation of the latter. Taurus's use of luxe blindfolds and restraints provides ecstatic torture for Aries, who is hardwired to be unwilling to relinquish control. The Aries just basically, at her most natural, is like too much, which we love her for, of course. Too much, too soon, right now. And if it was kind of like, up to her by her own design, then she would just have too much right now, bang, orgasm, that was cute. Too much right now, bang, orgasm, that was cute. All these little molehills. It's Taurus saying, oh no. I mean, Taurus won't be like aggressive like that, but the Taurus will say, oh, I'm not done yet, baby, like, if you don't mind, like, I would love to just tie you down with some sweet little silken lace handcuffs, and you could just lie there, and I'm just gonna touch the bottom of your ass cheek just ever so slightly with this like feather. And then the Aries is just like, okay, so yeah, like, just bang me already, like, this isn't fun anymore, like, let's just do it. Even though the Aries does enjoy it. There's sometimes where the Aries is just going to have to be teased, and there's sometimes when the Taurus is going to say, okay, this has been going on, all right, it's like Aries is like a bottle of soda, and Taurus is like the glass that contains it, and the Taurus will shake it up, and there's sometimes where Aries was actually like, okay, this glass is going to break in your hand because I'm about to explode. And sometimes Taurus has to be like, all right, baby, come on, get it out. It's a kind of a funny sort of like dynamic there. But it's within a pretty fixed, laid out sense of Aries being this butchy pusher and Taurus being this seductive come hither. Definitely a juicy one. Okay, if you guys just give me 1 sec, I'm just going to check on my phone here. Oof. Just checking what's new and such, just in case anything cool is on there. Also showing you guys my butt, because I love to do that. Okay. So, ladies and ladies, next up on our docket is Aries woman with Gemini woman. Let's talk about it. So, what we've been doing in this series, first we're going to get a little snippet from the original Sextrology book. This book has a little condensed figure for all the different couplings. And then we're actually going to read about this combination in our book, Cosmic Coupling, which goes more into detail about everything. So, we have Aries woman with Gemini woman. This is a boarding school scenario. Aries initiates Gemini, who is invariably infatuated with the ram, allowing herself to try acts she's only ever read about. In every aspect, Aries is the leader. And in bed, there are no inhibitions for either of these characters, with the Aries with this desire to push, press, and willfully express, and Gemini's desire just to like splay the body out. Like, they could have some fun things where the Aries is just clawing at the Gemini, and the Gemini has just got her legs spread out and is just like playing like a child's game of just like, wee, it can't get me yet. And they're just like this very physical, almost kind of like wrestling with the two of these. The Gemini adds a lightness, a game playing, sort of like a lightness. Mercury, it's this mercurial dancing, sidestepping, and probably kind of submissive, I would say. Gemini man can be a bit more pushy. Like, Mercury is essentially neutral, and a pushiness can come out of the men. And you, if you have a Gemini woman partner, this is just the sun signs, remember, you know? Like, you as an Aries woman could be dominant, submissive, anything. It depends on your rising sign and your moon, and it's the same thing for the Gemini woman. But generally, through the arcs of the sun, the Aries woman is pushy, willful, has an agenda, has thoughts of what she wants to do, and is very much an initiator in the beginning of things, and throughout the relationship is this, I've got this idea, or I've got this sexual thing, or, you know, Gemini's just busy, like, cooking, and the Aries comes home and is just like, how you doing, pretty legs? You know, Gemini woman would probably do these things where she takes on lightly the constant intrigue of a slight possible sexual entail. You know, so, like, it could be something as simple as, like, Aries woman comes home from work and the Gemini woman is there in just like a nice tight little pair of, like, you know, panties with her butt just sticking out, and just being like, oh, hey baby, you know, just kind of not talking about it. And the Aries woman just comes in, she's like, oh, blah, you know, Aries woman being very masculine when she comes home, just like, oh boy. And then she, like, sees, like, pretty wifey just sort of at the kitchen, just minding her own business, just sort of scrubbing some pots and stuff like this with her ass just juicily hanging out, and the Aries woman is just like, so what you up to in this particular moment? And it's the Aries woman who's kind of come up and just be like, yeah, so that's all cute, so I'm just gonna grab your butt and throw you on this couch for just like an hour or two. So Aries woman is ruled by Mars, the Gemini woman is ruled by Mercury. Mars and Mercury don't typically get along, per se. Although this is a fire and air combination, so it does work. The fire of the Aries kind of fans Gemini fans the flames of the Aries, and Gemini feels like there's something to fan, which is energy that validates their role and capacity in things. The Gemini woman here just loves the intrigue and just the absolute, like, urgency and ardentness of this Aries lover who's just always electric, and the Gemini woman is always willing to go for whatever ride is going on there. But the Gemini woman can be kinky about the intrigue, about possibly role-playing, about thinking about the mentality of the situation, communicating and chatting. All these things which the Aries woman can kind of just, like, it's kind of these things that are in the way of just the Aries woman just grabbing the orgasm, grabbing that sweet pussy and just doing the thing. Which the Gemini woman knows this, and she loves all the layers that she sets up to the Aries, which eventually grabs it and just pulls it right into her face and kisses it. The Gemini woman is doing all she can to spin and bring air to and add delicious little additions to what is essentially this self-fucking machine that the Aries woman is. This autoerotic monster that Aries woman can so often be. And Gemini woman is secretly like that too, but they love when someone else's fire brings them into some kind of activity that they can respond to. So they probably also enjoy being seen with each other as well. There's an intrigue. They're both flirtatious here. Gemini really allowing Aries to do the flirtatious thing, and like these two could be very polyamorous even. And I think it's a good combination. I think that they can constantly satisfy each other sexually and with their intrigues and interests in a way that can look good in a long-run combination. I mean, anything can, you know? I mean, really, any combination of any sun sign can work well. It all depends on the rising sign, the moon, and the Jupiters, particularly Jupiter and Venus for lesbian women. Women in general try to seek their partner through Jupiter. That's a Vedic That's a Vedic insistence, which means what kind of partner is going to draw out the best of your ambitions and aspirations. Not at an emotional level, because women have periods and they tend to kind of can get their emotional sentiment. It's easier for them to deal with. What's harder for a woman to find in relationship is somebody who speaks to the spirit of what they're trying to become, of what they want to look like, of how they want to project themselves. And when the Jupiter of, say, the Aries woman is in, like, Libra, it's going to be in line, it's going to be trine to the Gemini woman's sun, and then the two of these two will bring out the Gemini woman's light, airy, chatty catty nature will enrich the Jupiter of the Aries woman who has, like, that Jupiter in Libra, who's looking for social graces in a partner. Right? These are all things that we got to keep in mind with this. But generally, I think that this is a good combination. Let's see what our book says about it. Of course, I'm constantly battling the fact that my hair is, like, too long right now because I haven't seen a barber in 10,000 years because the coronavirus. So... Oh, okay, there's my friend Brutus. Don't mock molehills. Oh, that's funny. Nice to see you, Bruce. Thank you for coming, as usual. I always appreciate when you're here and hanging out with me. Bruce, I always call you Bruce, Brutus. My friend Brutus has been with me on my journey for a little while doing all this stuff. So, anyway, as usual, if anybody's watching live, feel free to make comments, questions, concerns, and we'll speak to them as befits the nature of the conversation. Now that I've digested it a little bit, let's talk about Aries woman with Gemini woman from our book, Cosmic Coupling. It's the combinations of Aries woman with all the 12 lesbians of the zodiac. Our book calls this combination the hype. Let's find out why. Aries woman and Gemini woman. This is the chemistry. This particular pair can be very high on itself. Their mutual attraction is often hinged on being players, either professionally or within a prescribed social circle. In one way or another, these two make for quite the power couple. Here, Gemini takes the initial lead, despite what the first book said. Aries initiates Gemini. Whatever, it happens. These books can be like that. I digress. Here we see, upon deeper thinking from the authors, that Gemini takes the initial lead. Hello? Sorry, folks, just give me one sec. Hello? Anybody home?
Oh, hi.
How's it going?
Good, how are you? It's Jonathan's mom.
Oh, okay. Just give me one sec. Maureen, is that right? Sorry, hon, just give me one moment. Can I help you with anything? As usual, there's always something to get in the way of when I'm right in the middle of things. But that's okay. I live with a bunch of people, and that lady was one of my roommates' mom. Sorry about that. Let's continue on our journey. So, we're finding out that Gemini takes the lead, or takes the initial lead, initially. A hopeless romantic that the Gemini is, being so in the mental, cerebral picture of erotica and of sentiment and of romance and relationship. Gemini woman enjoys wooing a would-be mate, and her heaps of attention are never lost on the Aries, who plays the role of aloof love object to the hilt. It's like, oh, geez, you've been attracted to me all this time? It's this sort of aloofness that the Aries woman can kind of have. Like, oh, sorry, was I being sexy? That kind of thing. Gemini invented courtship rituals. She'll send flowers and gifties, pick up the tab for all whining and dining, even spring a surprise getaway on the Ram girl. And that's just in the first few weeks. The twins' animated persona and puckish beauty is hard for Aries to resist. And she finds Gemini's falling over passion to impress and pedestal her, flattering to no end. So the Aries woman just loves that this Gemini is putting her on a pedestal and has such a glittery, like a nervous system sense of passionateness. Just like, oh God, it's your face, darling. You know, you're just so lovely. You know, it's the way the Gemini is. And the Aries is like, oh, me? Oh, come on. In a cute sort of flattering way that these two get to. Now, compatibility. How compatible is these two in relationship? Well, once Gemini woman seals the deal, she runs a relationship like a business. She has high expectations of loyalty, and it means to keep Aries on a relatively short leash. Interesting. Ever the contrarian, the Ram only waxes more freewheeling and withholding. Personal space will no doubt be the hot topic of their first major blowout. In their social sphere, they are the undisputed alphas. Both of them. Okay, I could see that. That's interesting. They feed on each other's admiration, on others' admiration of them, as individuals as well as a bigger couple. They make a big deal out of their plans and actions, and they can be conspicuous in trumpeting news of their successes, telegraphing to anyone within range that they are the team to beat. They may define themselves so much by external trappings that, if you take away their toys, they're at a loss to discern the crux of their emotional connection. They may want to conduct regular reality checks. Meanwhile, they benefit from this bond, which is far greater than the sum of their individual parts. They both are really social kind of climbers, and they want to look good in the social sphere. It's kind of important for both of them to have a self-validating feeling like they are themselves, like sexy and well-to-do, and so is their partner. What they just have to be concerned with is that they're both looking for all these external trappings of like glissando and of glamour and of well-to-do-ness and having the good partner. So when these external trappings aren't there in any moment, like if these two decide to go on like a trip together and it's all excitement and the train breaks down and now the two of them are stranded for 3 days with nothing but each other in like a hostel or something like that. It's moments like that where the two of them are going to be relating with each other, and they're going to be saying like, wow, like there is a gulf that we never realized here, and maybe we have to work it out so that we can see what we are to each other that's more than just these external superficial trimmings. That being said, again, it really comes down to, this might be the way that these two meet, and it'll be down to the other factors in the chart to show whether these external trappings will be a cherry on top of a denser bond. Now, let's get to the fun part. What is the carnality of these two warrioresses, these social warrioresses? Sexually, this relationship is all it's cracked up to be. These two top girls have a glorious time negotiating just who's zooming whom. So much so, they may never decide. Our money is on Gemini to take more the butch role. Though Aries is no lipstick variety femme, cosmetics are the twins' domain. Aries is more of like a hard, like femme in the moving motions and relationship and actions, sexual posture. In the bedroom, Gemini is all about the Aries' pleasure and her own pride in never failing to bring it about. Gemini is a clever lover who will have on hand a goodie bag of playthings to make Aries' toes curl. The twins get off on having the control, and this is one pairing in which Aries is happy to grin at the ceiling and think of bugger all nothing. Aries thrives on penetration, and strap-ons are what fashionable Geminis are wearing this and every year. That and double-headed dildos. For her part, the twins is also partial to nipple stimulation, Aries delighting at the vivid response that this elicits from her twins partner. Twins. As it is, their neighbors may lobby for soundproofing. Great frequent sex and a heady self-regard make this match a keeper. I thought so too. Their sex style to each other, the self-interest of both, you know, like, and them being okay with it. You know, Aries, you as an Aries might be the type of person who is really more about the feeling and the visceral expression and passion and intimate thing, but like there's a narcissism in you that can be healthily expressed. And you might find that you're the type of person who really hopes that their partner has, you know, like a giant mirror in the room so that you as the Aries can kind of just be the pretty kitty and just sort of do your thing and take the occasional look and be like, ooh, damn, don't I look good getting taken right now? And isn't it always a pleasure when the Aries finds that the Gemini woman has that mirror on, like beside the bed, you know, and like proper lighting and like a camera and a studio and makeup ready to do the thing. You know what I mean? So that sense of this whole thing can be very good. A positive, self-affirming, mutual self-affirming that can kind of be juicy. You know, ego is only bad once you let go of the deeper bonds in a relationship. And even if this is just, these two are just on a polyamorous sort of one night stand fling thing, they just get off on it. They get off on themselves, and they get off on the fact that they get off on themselves mutually together, right? Juicy thing. It is so hot right now in this room, I gotta tell you. But before we might as well just go on to the next thing here, folks. At some point, I'm probably going to take a little break, but I'm okay for right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Dustin Cormier, and this is How to Rock Astrology. I hope you've been enjoying this episode so far, and I hope you don't mind me constantly working at my hair right now. I'm a non-binary guy, and I can be very femme. I feel deeply that I've got just feminine energy pouring through me. I don't always wear it, I'm not always so femme per se. Often I'm an astrology teacher. I'm here to teach astrology. And if I got a blemish on my face, I'm not going to worry about it. But today I did makeup, lipstick, eye things to try to doll myself up a little bit. I'm loving that. I would fuck myself if I could right now. But, I just love to give you guys this context, I'm a man getting into the consciousness of two women in a bisexual or gay relationship. It's turning me on, I'm not going to lie. The lesbian thing kind of gives me the feels. Right now, you are listening to, we're about to talk about what happens when you get an Aries Sun gay woman with a Cancer gay woman. We're going to read a little bit from Sextrology. It's got a little gumball of each combination, and then we're going to go into deeper detail through cosmic coupling. Same writers, but more detailed about the Aries woman with the 12 other women of the zodiac. So, here we have Aries woman with Cancer woman. There is a promise of hedonism here. Danger and excitement are the attraction. Together they thrive on social spontaneity, both being cardinal signs, and serendipity. Serendipitous meaning going spontaneously with the moment. Sex, especially with a buzz, is mind-blowing with these two. And there is a thrill in threesomes as well. Very interesting. I have a feeling that Cancer can be just the sluttiest thing on the block. But, at some level, the Cancer woman is really trying to have, a bond that is adaptable, that can move, that gives them a lot of space to be whatever they want. Cancer's probably more switchy than the Aries girl is. And Cancer might even want to occasionally be bratty and a little bit of this. They can be very cosmetic. And they're active, and they're just as active as Aries is in social situations. They like to be the hostess. And they probably find, I think that there's going to end up being a bit more of a femme supportive role on the side of the Cancer woman. We're going to find out, generally speaking. But there's a mutual sense of an excitement, an attraction, an attractiveness, and the spontaneity thing is going to be mutual for both of them because they're both cardinal. Fire and water get along well together. The moon and Mars are an interesting combination. Yes, so moon is friends with Mars, and Mars is neutral to the moon. That's like a Vedic astrology derivation. So moon is a best friend to Mars. So you as an Aries woman might find that this moon person really does support you, probably gives you a sense of what you really kind of want and need. You might find by associating with this Cancer woman that you got into it for the superficial, cosmetic, sort of bad bitch princess that you kind of enjoy and you saw in her. And there's a mutuality of vibe and freedom in a certain way, expressiveness, changing things. Cancer woman kind of does it more through this attentiveness and attraction power through her family, through social manipulation and regard, not necessarily through willfulness, but more through tenacity, does the Cancer woman kind of do her thing to move pieces around. And the Mars of the Aries woman will probably enjoy how much this Cancer woman props up the emotional needs of the Aries. The Cancer woman might end up mothering the Aries woman in a little bit in a way that the Aries does love. I'm curious how that's going to come about. Both are very into it, the contest. They're both bratty. They can have these rows between each other. But they probably mutually get off in this sort of here's my needs and here's my needs and what are we going to do about it? And then they both kind of build up this sort of energy between each other. The moon woman, Cancer, is not necessarily supportive to the Aries woman, but she does things that the Aries woman needs, which is a feeling of feeling good. The Cancer woman is led by the moon, and especially the moon in the Cancer woman's chart that's going to deeply describe her energy. I would really look to the moon energy of the Cancer woman in particular to see the deeper way that this Cancer woman is going to express herself, whether through dominating tendencies or submissive or whatever. And if it's in a fire sign, then she's going to really dig how the Aries woman is, for example. These are always things to think about. Ultimately, these two are very similar nature, but in different directions. Cancer being very aware of emotional realities and manipulating things based on the emotional reality, whereas Aries just being more into surface dynamics, plays, using whatever intelligence and material physical items and facts that she can to move around and establish her own sense of personal dominance while also establishing how she can support the other lover. Aries does it by will, intelligence, her mind, the things that she can push. Whereas Cancer does it by things that she can attract. What about all the comfort that I've gotten you? What about this house or the things that I've done to nurture and support you while you were on a tantrum or whatever? What about all these things that I've done for you? Aren't you going to give it back to me? Which the Aries woman doesn't necessarily do. Aries woman doesn't nurture the Cancer like the Cancer nurtures the Aries. But the Aries does bring things that they both enjoy. It's just that because the Aries is looking out at all the other things, because Aries wants to be this attractive, seductive woman who you just can't help but trying to ask to bring in. The Aries woman kind of wants to be able to look disinterested, but if you really want my attention and attraction, then gosh, I will give it to you because you are nice. And, the Aries likes to feel like I'm on top and you want me and you are nice, so I will give it to you. That's kind of where Aries is comfortable. And that brings out this aloof love object in Aries. She's aloof. She's not exactly showing constant affection per se. And the Aries might be confused and dismayed by this. The Cancer. The Cancer might be confused by this. It's what is your intention by looking out there like that? For all the effort and work that I do to support you and to be comfortable for you, I would think that you would give me a bit more of that affection back. And the Cancer does want that. And it rubs the Aries' way of erotically relating the wrong way. Again, this can work if there are other things in between them in the charts that bring out the best of their combinations. If look to Jupiter. In a lesbian relationship, you want to look to Jupiter and Venus, as well as the rising sign and moon sign, particularly the moon sign for the Cancer, like I said. Jupiter is very much always about, women can get their emotional Venus-y fulfillment. That's kind of their realm. They have their periods and they can expunge their emotional, they can purge themselves of ill, stagnant emotional energies and volition, and they squeeze it out with their own biological cycles. and the way that women are. So women, when they get together, the emotional sentiment is there and it's important. And the Cancer woman in particular is really trying to rein in the sense of an emotional sentiment and a closeness and a juiciness that's just pouring out from us. And also like a dedication. Like the Cancer woman wants to see that I have this effect on you that makes you want to dedicate yourself to me at some way, at some level, just because of what I am. The Cancer woman really wants that in some way. But for both women, their emotions are easier to get, and the Cancer woman even brings more of this in a way that's like almost annoying for both. But if there are other things in the chart that enriches on top of that, then of course it'll be worth it. And this includes the Jupiter. You know, if the Jupiter of the Aries woman is in like Scorpio or Pisces or Cancer, and it's in trine to the Cancer woman's sun, that means that the Jupiter of the Aries is in trine with the sun of the Cancer woman, and that means that the Cancer woman, by being what she is, this emotional, sentimental thing, this will find a place for the Aries woman's Jupiter, which is also in a water sign, so that she's not just getting emotional sentiment, she's also getting her spirit, what she aspires to, what she has a faith that she can project to the world. This is what Jupiter does for all women, and it's important for a combination like this, which is kind of equilateral in the sense of the erotic tugging and pulling and general harmony between sun signs. As usual, this is just sun signs, so you got to look at everything else to see how it's going to go. So that was my own personal rendition of this combination. Now we're going to look at cosmic coupling and see how the writers of these books consider in detail the nature of Aries woman and Cancer woman coming together. Our book, Cosmic Coupling, calls this combination the foray. Interesting. It's a foray. It's an enjoyment. It kind of has the tinge of a one-night standy kind of vibe. Let's see what it says. Chemistry. This bond is an adventure, if not an outright attack. Upon meeting, these women vie for prima divadom. Aries by holding silent sway. Cancer by conversing and laughing a little too loudly. Eye contact can happen a mile away at an obscure angle. They simply sense one another. Mutual reconnoitering is inevitable. Both radiate physical vitality and tend to boast diametrically opposed star anatomical attributes. This makes for much envious, so all the more erotically charged, darting of eyes. There is something undeniably feminine about Cancer, her brand of girliness not irking Aries as others' does. Aries clocks Cancer as a living doll with various strings to pull, with whom she might actually want to cuddle. Cancer, meanwhile, is sure she scored a leading lady who can, let's just say, deliver at the box. Cool. So it's looking like a good vibe. So let's look at their compatibility in relationship. The roles are sharply defined in this relationship. Both characters are creative, crafty, or handy, and they share a need for a functional home environment. That initial sense of contest and the want to impress each other doesn't dissipate, but is rather woven into the fabric of the bond. On that note, if ever a household were to contain a loom, this would be the one. Aries and Cancer foster feminism in each other, There's a women's studies theme that runs through their life together, and women's is spelled WOMYNS. There's an androgyny being painted here. But, like when you put any two goddesses in the same room, there's bound to be a flare-up. This couple can have the most titanic rows. They each have their own issues with too much spoiled brattiness. It just depends on what the couple's particular threshold for theatrics is. They each enjoy a little drama, a little bit of pull and tug in their day-to-day. The relationship tends to kick off this way. Often one or both of them is already otherwise engaged. And then these two come together, and if there is that sort of mutual purring kitty, then it's this fascination that can come out, especially with the spontaneity vibe that's between the two of them. They both feel that they can just have a delicious physical romp with the other. And that deliciousness can come through the whole time, but for some reason, these two in particular bring out the spoiled brattiness in themselves and kind of out of each other, which they both want to keep in check in a certain way so that they don't feel like they're not just bound into this relationship because of this person's sentimental need for such a pretty kitty that I am. Now, let's look at the carnality. Nowhere is activity more heightened for these two than in bed. This has got to be in the top 5 loudest sexual pairings in the zodiac. Aries is ruled by Mars, and Cancer, the moon. That red planet, Mars, signals aggression, and the sexual sort specifically. The moon is emotion. When together, this spells explosions on every level of the bond. Rage, passion, sorrow, exhilaration, every urge and emotion are ready to spring out from the dark forest of this couple's wild, primal sexual landscape. It's very emotional and working out these like different underlying, and they bring it out in each other. You know, Cancer being in the natural 4th house for Aries. So the Cancer Sun woman is already Cancer emotional, and she just brings this out of herself, but she particularly brings out this effect in the Aries woman. Whereas the Aries woman really, Aries is in the 10th house for Cancer. So the Cancer woman is getting a sense of how I can take my own emotional sexuality and plane it out so that I can use it constructively in social spheres and bring my sweet little Aries bitch around and help me even get farther in my career and my ambitions in my life, my social sphere. They're both working out primal emotional arenas in this level. Cancer does something different with it than what Aries brings out, but both of them either way are in the swath of interchanges between rage and passion and like sorrow and like sentiment and like a surrendering emotionality. There will be biting and scratching and carefully calculated hair pulling. Cancer runs on pussy power and Shazam. When she and Aries put theirs together, they are the original Scissors Sisters. Rubbing, humping, squeezing, pinning, these women get very physical. A double-headed monster dildo will need to enter the mix, whilst the single human male equivalent may also make a cameo appearance. Just a single dude who they can both just ride on, just to kind of even throw around, just like use for a dildo kind of thing. Jealousy is a prohibitive factor in adding a female third, but it will be rare if neither lady strays on her lonesome. The two of them both just being active enjoying their cardinal activity of their own sexual bodies and pushing in the way that they attract people and the motion of this attraction, they both kind of just enjoy for its own sake. So the jealousy will be there, and I think that it'll be good for both of these two to communicate about their joy of flirtation, the possibility that if any of the two of them decided to have like a little foray, that they would forgive each other, because if the bond is worth holding on to, then they'll say that, like, you know, I give you the permission to do this as long as you'll come back to me. And it could be the same for the other person. It can lead to like these jealousy things. And if they're a good couple, they'll either do it and work it out and communicate it so that it happens, but that ultimately that's really just a feeling and ensuring that they know that the grass isn't as green on the other side of the field as it is with my lover. It'll either be that, or they'll talk about it and they'll say that we both know that we're both like this, and since we both know it's there, we'll give each other the space to flirt and to enjoy the company of others, but, you know, don't ever do it because it would kind of break my heart. And if that's the thing, they should still, I think, give the possibility of a ticket to do that thing if it ever happens. It's like you're on a weekend away from the lovey-dove because you got some work vacation and there was some hot person there who you just decided to explore. If you two gave each other the license to do that, then it would be good for you. So as long as it's just one of those things. If the Aries woman is like, well, it's that, you know, it's the next month, I'm going on that business trip again. Boy, I can't wait to go and see that partner that I've been seeing as that extra thing, you know. They can't, like, you might not even want to necessarily talk about it, because then your partner is going to be like, you're going and doing that thing again, huh? Again this month, just like you did last month. So, you know, like it can bring out some questionability. It's just a matter of, you know, what's your true intention? Whatever your true intention is, if it's to be committed to this relationship, then keep that as your intention. And if you have another fling like that, do yourself and your partner a favor and don't get too deliciously into it, because it's the way monogamous-y sort of relationships work, you know. But this can be a good polyamorous relationship. It's just you do have to communicate in the way of jealousy and instinct, envy, and these sorts of things. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys have been enjoying this. My friend Brutus is asking that both Aries and Cancer are cardinal signs. So he's asking, is there a problem of which might be in charge? And the two of them, as we kind of read, can kind of both be in charge for different reasons. And they both kind of feel like this is a combination where they might both feel that they're in charge for different reasons. And it's because of that they're not sure what the ultimate thing is. And they might feel insecure through that. You are right, Brutus, in the sense that, you know, like they might work out who's initiating what and who's directing what and who's kind of in charge per se. But as the book kind of tells us, is that they can ultimately make the space for each other to be like, there's a real mutuality. There's a real mutuality with these two. They're both probably going to switch between it, even though Cancer is super femme. Aries can be very femme as a bisexual gay lover too. So these might both be femme. And with that being said, like they might want to enrich the chemistry by one acting more butch than usual. Ultimately, I think that it's going to come down to, again, the other factors in the chart that's going to fasten who is initiating what and for what reason. And I don't think it'll ever be one or the other succinctly in that particular relationship, just because it's so raw, so primal, that they're both just constantly opening up to each other and unfurling and moving between these two positions at a psycho-emotional level, which is just part of them. Part of that combination is that kind of thing. I'm going to go to the bathroom. And when I come back, we're going to do Aries woman with Leo woman. Hope you guys enjoy. I'll be back. Keep losing my shorts. Greetings, ladies and germs. Synergy, that's a good way to put it. Just looking at my comments here. Synergy is a good way to put Aries and Cancer, that's for sure. Now, I feel like what I should do, at some point I should eat. I don't feel like eating right just yet. So I think that I'm just going to keep on rolling here, ladies and gentlemen. Eventually I'm probably going to like get water, smoke some weed. I'm enjoying the vibe right now, though. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you again. Welcome to How to Rock Astrology. This part of today's episode, we're going to be talking about Aries woman plus Leo woman. This is probably one of the best partners for the Aries woman. As you can guess why, we have two bad bitch women who are queens, who are dames, who both have this sort of very diva chick vibe. Leo, much more the diva than the Aries. Aries is like actually actively a diva without putting it on, per se. Although Aries can enjoy the trappings and trimmings of being a pretty chickie. And Aries might even be the little pretty little chiquita for this like reigning in Leo, because ironically, even though Aries more lives it and doesn't care about the surface, Leo spends time developing this solid fixed persona as the queen bitch in her universe, who is glamorous, flirtatious, is a boss, can direct things, and likes to actually tell people what to do surrounding the environment of the two of the couple. Aries woman is kind of more like, if she meets any confrontation, she'll be blah 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 blah, and she can be all about like in the moment confrontation, and these sorts of things can be theatrical, not even necessarily theatrical or dramatic for its own sake. Aries just likes to be a warrior bitch for just being a warrior bitch and just saying what's on her mind, being spontaneous, not being held back. And if she ever meets confrontation, she's more about Mars. She's more about ultimately winning. She doesn't care if everyone sees her winning, as long as she knows that she won something or whatever it is. So if she's got a goal and someone is obstructing her, she's just gonna fucking move around them, just like, excuse me, I've got a place I gotta go. I know you're telling me not to go there, but like, hey, look at that over there, psych, and duck to the right. Aries doesn't care about the direct confrontation of her own or the projection of her ego as one who is this bad diva bitch who will win all the time. And she doesn't bring as much theatricality and drama to it as the Leo does. Leo really fixes this projection of herself as this bad bitch diva queen, and likes to show it around if she can help it, if she can make that happen. While giving respect, you know, Leo is going to hope that, it depends. Leo can do a submissive little slut she can just put a dog collar on and just parade around town as just my cute little bitch who is my follower of what I do. The Leo, though, can really jive with a woman like the Aries, who kind of has her own raw backbone, her own sense of spine, and the realness, the primal Mars nobility for its own sake. Leo really appreciates this in Aries, but will still probably bring out more femme qualities in the Aries. That's what I'm assuming. Yeah. This is the one combination more than any other where the Aries is willing to submit to the dominating character of this theatrical Leo who wants to put them both in this hot seat of social glamour in their social sphere. In fact, everyone will want the Aries just because Aries almost is unapologetically doesn't seem to even care about it. It's just the part of the pluck that we all love in all Aries, let alone Aries woman. It's like she's just this beast who just can't be tamed. And you can't show that you want to tame her. You can't put that much energy into the affection of an Aries unless you are submitting more to the Aries, because then the Aries can enjoy you giving her that attention. But in particular to this bond, Aries enjoys more than any other bond being a femme, slutty, little, bombastic, untamable horse that everyone sees and is just like, wow, I would just love to have all the lesbian, bisexual people would love to have the Aries in the palm of her hand, and no one has Aries eating out of their hand like this queen bitch Leo does. And they both enjoy this thing that's going on between them, especially if this is a real seat for what the Aries is looking for in her relationship. Really kind of at this level, it really depends on the capacity of the Aries woman to kind of eat out of the Leo woman's hand in this way, and also for the Leo woman to have the spine to accept that as their thing, and she probably will. If anything, there will be a bit of combativeness again that these two enjoy in each other. The Leo is not used to the spine of combativeness of the Aries, but the Leo loves this in you. The Leo loves that you are your own woman, and you won't just take anything flatly without having a bit of like, what's the reason for this? What's in it for me? What's it going to give me to eat out of your hand? Even though I really wouldn't mind to just lick it off a little bit if I could. But so even though I desperately want to, what's in it for me, Mrs. Leo? And the Leo is just hearing that and is just like loving the submission, but also loving the interplay. So I think this is one of the better combinations. Let's read what our books say about it. This is from Sextrology. First, we're going to read a little bit about the combination here, Aries and Leo woman, and then we're going to go into deeper detail with cosmic coupling by the same author, duo authorship, Starsky and Cox. So, Aries woman with Leo woman. This is a warm, romantic, optimistic pair. Leo really brings out a romance here that the Aries woman had no idea that she could be a part of this kind of thing. And the Aries woman, again, likes to be her own stiletto-toed bad bitch in a short skirt, skimpy skirt, who just gets everyone ogling her. But she wants to do that and know that she's got someone who is bringing a deeper romantic fantasy for her. And the Leo is very much the sentimental type of person. Woman can be beautifully romantic and sentimental on top of all this much ado about nothing glamour divadom. Leo assumes the role of mentor. In the extreme, she'll exploit her power over Aries, seeking ever more worship and obedience. But most often, this is a good mutual keeper. Yeah. Leo is in the 5th house from the Aries, and Leo provides an outlet for the Aries to express herself. The Leo, by her voraciousness and just by what Leo is. Of course, Aries is the natural first sign, so Leo is naturally the 5th sign. So Leo brings out this drama, this creativity, this expressed sense of romance and particularly creative mutual dynamic of creating a narrative with each other, expressing the essence of the spirit of Leo. This is what Leo does naturally, but she will bring this deeply out of the Aries. Whereas Aries is in the 9th house of Leo. If you count from Leo and you count 9 signs from Leo, you'll get to Aries, which means that Aries brings out the philosophy, the feeling that the Leo is getting the primary thing of what Leo really is doing. Again, you know how I was saying, like, Aries is the real primal Mars bad bitch winner, and she likes to just be noble for nobility's sake. Leo likes to be flashy and creative for creativity and flash and glamour's own sake. But the Leo secretly gets a deep sense of what she's really wanting, of how to connect to the deeper sense of vitality and power, which is the root of all this external glamour. And Aries is that root. Aries, by being what she is, gives Leo a sense of what the Leo woman deeply wants to be and also to have. So that's why this can be a very good mutual sort of pairing. Aries woman is ruled by Mars, where the Leo woman is ruled by the ever radiant and constant Sun. So the Aries woman might feel like she has... Mars and the Sun are best friends. And typically, the Sun is the king of the country, of the whole chart, and Mars, as per one individual's chart, Mars is like the right-hand man of the Sun. Mars gets and provides resources and management and action and power and persuasion to do what Leo, to create and manifest what Leo puts so much effort into imagining and manifesting and materializing through her consistency in her job, through her singular, planned, focused ambition to reach the top of some kind of schema so that she can provide the life that she wants to live for herself and for whoever else wants to be along for that ride. Aries woman can be the bullet that comes out of Leo's gun and can go and do a lot of the things that the Leo woman needs in order to have the support to climb somewhere that will get them both to some kind of height. Although Aries woman probably will not likely let go of her own ambitions as part of this thing. And the Leo woman will give her the space for that, although the Leo woman will probably still want to be the center. I digress. That's my interpretation of these signs. Let's see how I did. We are about to read from Cosmic Coupling. We're going to read a more detailed description of what it's like when Aries woman gets together with Leo woman. The book calls this combination the Guild, interestingly. Chemistry. Recognizing each other as like ladies who value being on the ball. These two most often bond over business or some kind of mutual business project. Not to say they only meet through work, but even their initial conversation has serious overtones. You know, like, I've got this real thing that I'm doing with these people in this field, and I'm, you know, it's the Leo woman who's sitting there and is like, I'm quite serious about it. I'm really putting this effort to it. And the Aries will say, well, I really admire how fixed you are in this desire of yours to do this thing and be well-to-do. Sparks especially fly between either an older or more experienced Leo and an Aries indie of any age. In the Lioness, Aries sees a glimmer of exaltation, a slightly gleeful glint that life might actually be something that one can figure out. Leo prides herself on personifying that conviction, ever managing to find amusement in the process, that knowing Cheshire grin of the Leo woman. Aries finds that simply irresistible. So rarely willing to let her down her guard, the typically battering ram surrenders to the Leo more readily than to any other. She feels safe and protected, spiritually, physically, emotionally, in everything, by the lioness, who is keen to administer some licks, some queenly licks on her loyal subject. Now let's look at the relationship compatibility. Once on the inside of this relationship, Aries may realize she's bit off more than she's intended to chew, for better or worse. Leo here can be particularly intense, something in the Aries eliciting endless streams of advice and directives. I think that's Aries in the 9th house, just directing and helping the Leo to solidify her intentions and to get them through. The 9th house kind of overwatcher. The 9th house is the sign of like father almost. So the Aries is just kind of like watching. Aries is ironically can be like this sort of the king with whom there is like a powerful queen woman behind the throne, which is the Leo, who's really the central brain of it all. But the Aries is this sort of king who's counseling the queen in some funny sort of way. And Aries will need to redraft her daily declarations of independence against a battery of relationship responsibilities. Aries learns it's best to humor Leo, who finds visible evidence, read chores, of building a life together, reaffirming. And Aries will have to kind of cater to that a bit. Hey, this default optimist has to charge her batteries somehow. And Aries is first to agree that Leo is a super positive influence on her, as well as most everyone and every situation. She can be a real love bucket. Leo woman is likened to the goddess of the hunt, Artemis, Diana, who ran with an all-girl posse and her hounds. The archetypal apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and Aries, especially, tends to be Leo's bitch, which is fine by both of them. I could really see this dynamic working out. Right now, like, it would be good for any Aries woman to examine in this relationship your psychological past regarding something which Aries women are always kind of in a funny thing about, which is that you might have been this feminist who's against men, who's against masculine domination of any sort, who it might be tough for you to feel like you can be a supportive, receptive player in a bond, and you have to really question whether that is a sexual energy exchange dynamic, which is truly abundant for the natural inherent sexual dynamic that you've been displaying ever since puberty. Not everybody has cinched their sexuality since puberty. In fact, most people probably haven't. But whatever you've been in the Taurus sphere, Taurus is your mutual energy exchange in abundance. And the more the two of you can develop on an A pole and a B pole, the more you can work out a delicious exchange of this kind of energy if you feel like submitting to the will of the Leo. And if you do, you have to keep the Leo's dominance in check so that you don't lose your dignity. It's something important for an Aries woman, because you, no matter how comfortable you found yourself to be being the slutty little pretty kitty from Miss Queen Bitch, you should feel, an Aries woman will always be thinking in her head of the scale of dignity in the sense that, like, you might even get off on it at some level. You might, knowing that the Leo, you've done more for the Leo physically, chores-wise, than the Leo has done for you, because, of course, this might give you an emotional fulfillment that is a worthy trade-off. It just really, you have to examine whether you would get an emotional benefit to this kind of energy exchange. Right now, Uranus is in Taurus, and I would recommend that now's a good time for you to digest and think about how you were when you were in puberty, and whether this is a dynamic that you can work out that is enriching for you. Ultimately, no matter what the dynamic, it's still going to take some kind of mutual mixing where you might be more of this happy, you might be happy in the slutty submissive role, but you're gonna need to find ways to communicate with your lover so that their domination doesn't become what's the word? Lack of genuine compassion. That's something you should watch for. Leo woman isn't necessarily the type to do this per se, but they can get so fixed in their ambition, especially as like a lesbian, bisexual, gay woman who's trying to show all womanhood that women can be just as ambitious and do just as well and all these things. They can put a lot of energy into the projection outside of the relationship, which means that they might lose their focus on the inside of it. You might be the person who has to tell your lover. With the Aries spine that you do, you might have to just come to them and say, look, like, you know, like this has to be mutually, mutually consensually tilted at every stage of that tilt. There's not, if it's not consensual, I mean, even consent play is probably a huge thing for these two. The Leo is just like squeezing the neck, and the Aries is like, oh my God, okay, that's too much. And the Leo's like, okay, I'll let you go in a second. Okay, now I'll let you go. You know, like that kind of thing. Like that could be like a consent play boundary that you guys can work out and probably have fun with. But it's a sticky slope. This is the best place to work it out, but it's still a slope, and you got to just be aware of it. Work it out in a way that's fun for the both of you, but still consistent. Now, carnality. This particular pairing makes the Ram want to do things she's never done before, act girly, perform striptease, and otherwise play out the role of love object. Again, it's part of that surrendering. When it comes to sexual sway, Leo trumps Aries. The lioness has a way of reaching previously uncharted parts of the Ram, both real and metaphoric. Even whilst in the throes, Leo may voice home truths about Aries as if nakedness must be had on all levels. Aries sucks up every bit of attention, sugar-coated or not. And she really does look up to the Leo, though typically not in bed. By contrast, Leo sets up shop between Aries' legs, expressing her desire with oral zeal. At the strap-on stage, it's the Ram who will live up to her name, delighting in Leo's signature multi-orgasmic reactions. This can be some hard-loving women. These can be some hard-loving women for whom scratch marks or rug burns are de rigueur. Screwing around is a deal breaker for Leo, so Aries is typically ultra discreet about that. Just got to be real careful if you've got to get some kind of feeling of fascination outside of this relationship where you feel like you're this hot dominator to some other little girls or whatever. You know, like if you're going to play that game or even just flirt with other people socially with your Leo woman, it might be good for you guys to communicate about this. So you can, you know, like it'll be tough to dominate or tough to communicate with the queen about this sort of thing, but I think it would be good for you to just let your partner know if you're feeling flirtatious and promiscuous, which you might because you're an Aries, to at least let you feel at advantage that the grass is not greener on the other side of the field. Because this will at least let you know that the grass really isn't on that green on the other side of the field. Or it might even be a way for you to rein in and tell the Leo when she's not listening that just like there are things that I've got desires for that you're not listening to, and well, you don't want to manipulate. You don't want to be manipulative, but you know, like there is a promiscuity in Aries which is missing in Leo. It could be for a plus positive thing if you guys can be mature and work that out, or it could just be a matter of you probably communicating to the Leo that you do enjoy a bit of this sexual artifice of yourself in social spheres and that attractiveness that you bring out. If you communicate it earnestly, honestly, and with the right attitude, your Leo woman should get a sense of why that's important to you and how they can communicate effectively with it and find some security that allows that to work out. It's going to be tough, especially if the Leo woman doesn't have a good moon. Look to the Leo woman's moon and Venus to see whether they can emotionally fulfill and fortify themselves so that they won't get insecure when you do this flirtatious thing. And if they do, then you got to work it out and communicate about it. You as an Aries might not necessarily be promiscuous. It's in the Aries imprint in a lot of ways. And it's just a matter of that. If you are, communicate about it. That's probably your best bet, ethically and logically. And if you aren't really that promiscuous, then the two of you should be good, you know. But you know, at least again, communicating about flirtatiousness and jealousy and this sort of thing in general, giving yourself at least a little bit of space for it. But if you do take that space, you have to take the responsibility as an Aries to also secure for your Leo woman so that she doesn't feel like she's not doing something, or that she doesn't have you securely planted in the palm of her hand. Because if she doesn't feel that, she is probably going to start thinking that there might be someone more loyal, more sentimental, more romantic that's going to do this mutual living for the sake of the glory of our romantic love and connection and partnership. If you don't display that to her, you might feel in the short term that you're like getting, you know, you're beating the queen in this way. But if she ever dumps you, you're going to be hard pressed to get her back or to win that situation back, you know. You probably know all of what I'm talking about, so instead of me going in circles, I'll leave it at that. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Check for questions. Very good. Now I'm going to start cutting my nails because I realize that they're ridiculous right now. And in the meantime, I'm also losing my lipstick a little bit. Story of a girl's life. Okay. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see you today. My name is Dustin Cormier, and welcome to How to Rock Astrology. Today, I'm trying to express my non-binary sort of vibe. I feel very femme. I've always felt very naturally femme, and I'm really enjoying being all dolled up for you guys today, trying to paint myself as a woman so that you guys can kind of, to try to give you guys, you ladies, a bit of a platform upon which to launch yourself into the cerebral, erotic sexuality of this particular combination. Today we're looking at Aries woman with Virgo woman. I hope you guys enjoy. Let me know in the comments if this is working for you. I'm very curious about it right now. But my intention and my hope and my my thought of how this is going to work out is that is that you ladies are watching this for the content, and that anybody talking about the content would do the trick for the imagination that's being explored. So yes, welcome. Today, if you know, I'm just cutting my nails because that's just what it is. I'm feeling extra girly. I feel like this is what a girl would do. I digress. Today, as I said, we're going to look up Aries woman with Virgo woman. Should make for an interesting combination. Now, before we start, I've got two books here. One of them gives us a little gumball as to the nature of this combination. This is the original sextrology book. It's got a little word on each thing, on each coupling. And then we're going to go into more detail about this couple through Cosmic Coupling, which is a book specifically not about the sextrology of the individual, but the sextrology of a couple in sexual dynamic. What I love about these books is that they bring gender into it. So this is a little gumball picture of horny old Aries woman in bed with Virgo woman. These two are a joy to behold. Aries finds her ravishing, reverential consort. Artistic leanings are lovingly pursued. Creative passions sparked. Often these two are joined at the hip. In bed, it's Aries who's pussy whipped in this situation. There's a sort of a mutuality going on between the two of them. Kind of somewhat mutual in the streets, although Aries will enjoy the quiet, demure, sort of knowledgeable, kind of bubbly Virgo woman. The Virgo woman might be this astute, intelligent, sort of come-hither-ish sort of character who's a chatty Cathy and kind of like light about things and can be very playful and also serious in turns. Aries is like, doesn't even think about these personality arcs. She just lives purely in the built-up momentum of her volition. If I'm being graceful in this moment, then that's just what's coming through me. Just bang, there it is. Sorry, moment, whatever you were expecting, this is what I'm being in this moment. But Aries is like this, like unconsciously sublimating, kind of changing the environment to fit her. Which is interesting because Virgo woman is more inclined to fit herself to match the occasion and the moment and the situation. Virgo is sort of ever the chameleon who's quiet and listens to how she can bring some kind of constructive, functional, useful data and information to every situation that they are in. And so because of this, the Virgo woman is a bit more of a chameleon per se than the Aries. Aries kind of going by sense of smell and familiarity and things that she's always just been, always sort of gone by. Whatever kind of just keeps her pushing forward per se. Now it's interesting that this combination seems to have it that I think that the Aries woman kind of appreciates the stuckness of the Virgo woman. In fact, the Virgo woman is like loyal and reliable to a fault. Will give the Aries woman lots of space for running around and just doing her thing because the Virgo woman is just, it's okay. I do what I do in my life. I've got my responsibilities. I've got my job. And I've got this service that I give to this beautiful Aries woman who I have so much affection for. She goes out and does her thing, and I will be reliable and stable and bring what I can to our relationship. Because the Virgo bonds by the work that she continually, habitually, routinely brings to the Aries. Virgo is the one who's kind of, it's like a spiderwebby sort of thing that Virgo does, where you might find her, although it's not as manipulative and pushy as a Scorpio woman, Virgo woman is in the 6th house from the Aries. And so the Virgo woman will kind of mother and kind of make sure, don't forget your lunch before you go to work, honey. That's what the Virgo kind of will do for the Aries. And the Virgo seduces and attracts and secures selflessly through bringing constant activity that they've been building on as they find to be valuable and functional. And that's how they've always seen their seductiveness, seen what they bring to anything is their function, it's their knowledge, it's the skills that they have and can use to bring money, to bring social renown, and to bring functional communication to the relationship. It's all these things that are very much the selfless service that becomes, in the end, for the Aries, an expression of a deep sense of like being, locked into that in a way that the Aries likes. Aries kind of likes that the Virgo, Virgo can be finicky and critical and fussy and even a little bit like, just looking for the appreciation for the things she does and the security. They like to see the Aries as giving them some kind of security, but Virgo won't force it out of you until they start to nag and say there'll be a period where the Virgo gives the space for you to fuck them over. And if you do fuck them over, they're going to let you know that you didn't see what was happening there. And that you kind of let them become this dish rag of doing things for you, but you're not doing things for them. Then they'll start nagging, and then it'll probably just wash out. Unless it's a really committed bond in which the Virgo talks about it. And if the Aries has a good Venus, then the Aries will have emotional fulfillment so that she can listen to the needs of the Virgo, so that they can work out something, so that the Virgo doesn't feel like she's getting just trampled on by the Aries woman. Aries woman is ruled by Mars, this pushy, ambitious, not necessarily affectionate, more aloof. Aries is best is when she can be kind of aloof. And the Virgo is constantly there giving her little bits of affection, not in a fiery, competitive, combative way, but just as reliable. Always there, always ready to lend an ear, to lend a word, and always willing to give you the leash to spin around like a rocket and then come back home. Aries likes having a girl at home who she gives her deepest sentiments to, and then flirting out all the way around and coming home to this person. And the Virgo could be that person for the Aries. We're reading that it seems like a one-night standish sort of vibe. But once they kind of get in bed together, they find out how deeply they can enjoy the nature of each other. Virgo being very a sensual, earthy dynamic of Mercury, which is ultimately playful. But it's a playful lightness that ultimately needs to be grounded in a constant feeling of security and affection from the Aries. But the Virgo will play on it all lightly and even just enjoy just dancing between and holding the bowl for Aries' imaginative, forceful, pushy imagination and ideas and efforts and all the things that the Aries kind of wants to do. Eventually we'll find that Aries is actually probably excited to be the one bringing, laying back and staring at the ceiling and letting the Virgo come along and be the functional, perfect tit licker, the perfect pussy eater, the queen of the thing, of whatever little thing it is. Virgo likes to roll up her sleeves and be like, all right, baby, this is my time to shine. And the Aries will enjoy being almost like the power bottom in that sense, or the top who's enjoying being on top, and the other, that's the proper way to say it. Aries is like the top, and the Virgo will be the bottom who pleasures the Aries. I believe that's how it's gonna go. That's my own thoughts on the subject. Let's read from our book to see if the authors of this book agree. So this is Aries woman with Virgo woman. Our book calls this combination the project. Maybe these two can make a project out of each other, for better or worse. Let's see how it goes. Chemistry. Virgo, on her own, is a work in progress. Yet her instincts urge her to administer to the Aries, who, from the get-go, wears the trousers in this relationship. Even in the rarer instance, when Aries is the femme, she will still manage to run the Virgo ragged, a large part of the appeal. The ram is inclined to show off for the Virgo, who is riveted by Aries' spontaneity and devil-may-care demeanor. Sensing that she has a captive audience, the Aries lady enjoys being both the center of attention and a would-be source of inspiration for the more socially reticent virgin. Aries probably enjoys, come on baby, I know you're sitting there, and I know you've got your things that you like and your routines or whatever, but I was thinking about going on a little adventure. Come on, let's go out to the bar, doll yourself up, and we're gonna have some fun, and I'll be there with you, but we're gonna do it. Come on, let's go. And the Virgo probably enjoys this sort of thing as long as it's a routine rhythm, as long as she can have all the things, all the perfect things to wear, her phone, her purse, and all the things that could securely get them, and the money that'll get them from here, have a planned out sort of schedule. Like Virgo is going to ask, where are we going? What are we doing? What's the plan? So that I know that I have everything for the adventure. And Aries is like, I don't know. Like, I was thinking of just going to the fucking mall. And then it's like, okay, I'll bring my mall things. And when they get to the mall, Aries is like, oh, I was thinking of doing this. And Aries pushes Virgo a little bit beyond her boundaries and needs and the things that she has. And Virgo will usually find that it ends up being an expansive affair for her. In truth, Aries wants the opposite from Virgo. So Aries enjoys being the center of attention and a would-be source of inspiration for the Virgin. And Aries wants the opposite from Virgo, who she sees as a wellspring of caring and indeed curative affection. They approach the world from incongruent angles, so negotiating a bond together requires conscious compromise. I could see that between these two. It's a 6th house and an 8th house thing. Virgo being the 6th house from Aries. It's kind of this server, but it could be this nagging, critical, like, it needs to be this constant sense that she's being functional for the Aries, and that can get old for both of them. Whereas Aries is in the 8th house position from Virgo, right? The 7th house from Virgo is Pisces. So the 8th house from Virgo is Aries. And this Aries girl has this way of like making the Virgo's life like unstable because of the passion that is just brought out of the Virgo woman. And the only way that the Virgo woman can hold on for dear life is keeping her own little routines and ways and things in check, which ground herself as well as, again, her secured bond for the Aries. Because the way that she secures the bond for the Aries is very different from the way the Aries brings out a bond which is like at a psychoetheric level for the Virgo. The Virgo is just this, Aries opens up this door of obliterating, absorbing passion in the Virgo, and finding ways of how the Virgo can be more than strict little plans. The Virgo is uprooted by the sexual chemistry that the Aries brings out. And because of this, like, they have to kind of work out how this whole thing is going to go. Now let's look at the compatibility of these two. neither individual feels assured of this relationship's would-be success. So they often enter it on eggshells with low expectations. The whole of their life is about finding a middle ground, as togetherness can't help but highlight their differences. Of all the Virgo-Aries relationships, this is the most confrontational between two women, as both ladies are constantly keeping themselves in check, forced to self-examine, which actually turns out to be a very good thing. Aries might prefer they'd argue to clear the air sometimes, but Virgo internalizes everything. Virgo is the sign that rules digestion. So she chews on information and feelings and the gesture around the gesture, the sentiment around the Aries' gestures. And the Virgo's, it's so spontaneous that the Virgo is trying to digest how to deal with all the information and the changeability of the Aries, and feeling like there's nothing for her to plan, which can be unsettling for the Virgo. They've got this sense that they're winging it, as is any couple in a relationship, but they especially cope with fears of failure and impermanence in this combination until, given time, they've not only worked out every possible compromise, but they also officially qualify for canonization. I wonder if that just means that they are like a good bond after all, working out all the compromises and gaps between their mutual vibe. This is one of those things, I said this about Aries and Gemini too. If Aries and Virgo decided to go on a spontaneous train expedition up north, and halfway through the train breaks down so that they have to hang out in a hostel for like 3 days together, the Virgo and the Aries then will be confronted with no social situation, no external trappings, no routine for the Virgo to bond the relationship through. It'll be a purely sexual fascination, a deep sexual fascination for the Virgo on the part of Aries, and they might just bang it out and just completely be absorbed by their sexual energy. The energy will come up and down, and they'll feel the whole sexual thing, and after all that energy is through, now for 3 days, the two of you are together. What is your actual endearment to each other? What is your emotional connection? How do you vibe between each other? It might be more different than all of the enjoyable sensual stimulations were on the surface of the relationship in the booty call phase, as we're going to talk about. But, of course, this is just sun signs. And if your moon signs are endeared to each other, or if you have the moon working well with each other's rising sign or sun sign, if you guys have Venus interlaced with any of these things, or in particular for women, is Jupiter. If you're, as the Aries woman, if you have Jupiter, say, in Virgo, then it's going to be conjunct the Virgo woman's sun in Virgo. And then that way, the Aries woman will find that Jupiter is finding an expression of the inherent spirit that the Aries woman seeks in a partner. Because that's what Jupiter is for a woman. It's the inherent qualities that she seeks in a partner that can bring out more than an emotional fulfillment, but a spiritual, an aspiration. If the Jupiter of the Aries woman jives well with the Virgo, then the Virgo will help the Aries become what the Aries wants to be. And that is deeper than just an emotional fulfillment, right? So these are all the things, the ring around these little the superficial trappings and the sexuality is what's going to bond these two deeper than just these traits that we're reading in this book. But for all that being said, it's an 8th house vibe in the sense that it's going to be unstable, and it's the ring around it that will make it worth grounding this unstable energy. At which point, it's kind of like a hot air balloon, which has sandbags pulling it down. And isn't it that much more enjoyable when this has this energy coming up, which the two of these people have to bring down? it's the sexual absorption energy in the two of them that can be so like chuck and fuck, like just to be enwrapped with each other, and it's so intense that you don't even want to have it too much all the time. But for these two, if the other things in the chart ground it out, that intensity will be worked out so that we can enjoy it, but then also have ways of ventilating it and making it more than just this absorbing intensity. Or, you know, like for this couple, it could be absorbing intensity for a bit and then stagnance surrounding those intense little bits. Ideally, you want to bring a tantric fascination for this. Enjoy that, but don't make it all that the relationship's about. Bring that juiciness into the everyday moments. When the Virgo gets up on time with the Aries, and you know the Aries goes into the kitchen with nothing but a nice pair of like sweet like teasing panties on and lacy panties, and she's making breakfast, and the Virgo walks in and is like, wow baby, looks like you're cooking up something good looking there. And you know, it's these little moments that are going to ground this thing and make these two enjoy each other. Because if it's all for sex's sake, it'll be delicious and all-encompassing, but it might not last longer than a little fling. So, let's take a look at the carnality of this relationship. Very often, this bond begins with either woman or both absolutely convinced that this is a one-night stand. Sometimes, if they inhabit the same day-to-day sphere, they might even pretend that it didn't even happen until one of them makes that first booty call, and then we're off and running into relationship territory. The Virgin is a pretty profound sexual character, posing a challenge to the more hit-and-run Ram. As in everything, they'll need to become immersed in the other's sexual culture, if you will, taking turns being the exchange student. Virgo will learn the merits of urgency and the power of creating friction for friction's own sake. Aries might approach understanding that one's entire body can be orgasmic and even slowly, deliciously drawn out of its inherent erotic nature that's stuck in the muscles and the tendons and all the little spots that Virgo understands by sensual feeling of all the subtle places. Aries, the sexy alpha, slowly discovers the full gravitas of Virgo's earthy feminine power, offering her the respect due any force of nature. Roles in bed may shift with the sands of time. Aries is strangely possessive here, and when pushed, she will demonstrate her undying devotion to this sweet little Virgo who has stolen her heart with all of that attention that the Virgo puts on her. All the security and the listening and the really just like Virgo. I'm currently dating a Virgo woman right now, and how I often describe Virgo woman, it's like a car whose inside is lined with fine like animal fur and like leather and like really nice trimmings and like perfume in the air and all these just delicious sensual things that, you know, like, damn, you just don't even want to ride any other car. You know what I mean? Just because of the way that the Virgo makes she caters so much to you in a relationship that you just can't help but have an admiration for the admiration that they have for you and the effort and time that they put into you, into knowing your ways, your rhythms. So when you come home and it's 7 o'clock and you're an Aries and your body's tired from working and you're lying on the couch and you're thinking like, oh, okay, so now I have to deal with my woman and she deserves that. So darling, how can I help? And you look up and the Aries woman has dinner ready with your favorite tea and your favorite crumpet, and she sits down with you and says, "How's your day, darling? Was it good? Here's your things that I love, and you know what? When you come upstairs, if you feel like it, I got the bed sheets all spread out. I got rose petals on there." The Virgo will do these sorts of things that the Aries will just, like, it's like Aries is driving a car, and she can forget how comfortable it is. But it's only until you get another car that you realize how good that warm, petting underbelly that the Virgo built up for you, that familiarity that Virgo understood about you, that's when you'll start to miss it. And if this is a good enough combination, hopefully you might not ever need to feel how green the grass was on that side of the field if you guys stick it together, if you feel like it. You know, this is one of those combinations that can be deep. It's always going to be deeply emotionally, obliteratingly deep and absorbing. As a one-night stand, it can make a delicious, delicious one-night stand, but it almost will be frustrating that you couldn't have that for anything longer. It's just that in order to have it for longer, you got to deal with the awkwardness of a sixth and eighth house relationship, which is this like distance and intensity and the need to ventilate that intensity. That's what you've got to take on if you want to enjoy, if you want to have this sexual absorption and even the service and the dedication and that devotional love of the Virgo that she can so easily give, that familiarity that she creates for you. The only way to enjoy that is by kind of making it longer than just a one-night stand. That's something that you might find with this combination. Either that, or it'll just be a super delicious one-night stand that's full of that juice. And if you're a polyamorous person, that could just be rock and roll, and that could be good enough, and on to the next thing, right? Wonderful, Bree. Wow. So my girlfriend Bria here is telling me a comment. She says, "I'm loving this. I see so much of Chelsea and I's friendship here. It's fascinating." Yeah, Brutus, that's a good one, pal. Oh, Bree, I'm glad that you're here and watching and checking this out. And I was thinking about how I've got my girl Bree, and she lives with an Aries, and I'm just enjoying just seeing how these two could work out. My friend Brutus has also said on here, good car analogy. Who wouldn't want to ride that, as long as it's not just decor, of course. The decor, you know, can definitely be like all that there is for this kind of relationship. That depends on just the nature of the Virgo. Where the Virgo's Mercury is, if she is that functional and useful and can do all the things. I guess in general, it depends on the nature of the relationship between the two. It could just be a deeply enjoyable car ride that eventually, that was a good car, but now it's on to the next thing. But if you really love it, then you'll have a partner for life who is that delicious inner decor of the Virgo. And who doesn't love that? Okay. It's nice to see my darling Bree hanging out with me. So as usual, folks, my name's Dustin Cormier. Feel free to make any comments, any suggestions, like, subscribe, and all that fun stuff as we go along and continue our journey through the 12 lesbian combinations of Aries, Gay, and Bi woman. Now, we are at the halfway point here. We're about to delve into Aries and Libra woman. And I think I'm going to go through this and Scorpio woman before I take a little brachiola. That's what I'm feeling at this present moment. Let's see how that goes. I am going to take a meditation moment here, though, before we get going into the next thing. So if anybody's watching, feel free to light me up with a message or anything like that, and I'll get back to it before we go. If you are watching, feel free to join me in just like 2 minutes of meditation so that my brain doesn't dissolve into soft cheese. Thank you. Lime face. Ooh, lemon face. Ooh, lime face. Ooh. Likes to express the faces. I'm a Leo rising, so I put a lot of muscular emphasis on my face. And every now and then I just gotta like... So, folks, I hope you guys have been enjoying this. Let's go on to our next sign, shall we? Damn, I wish I had some brightness. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to do this one more, and then I'm going to go and get some, like, water and stuff. Rejuicify. Should also probably rejuicify my lips. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dustin Cormier, and welcome to another fascinating, sexifying episode of How to Rock Astrology. Today, I've decided to be a woman. I consider myself as a non-binary person in a man's body. So I do have the body of a man, and I'm okay with that. But I often feel very deeply that I have non-binary tendencies and that I can express femininity, and I love to. I love dolling myself up like this. I really do. And today, by popular request, many people have asked me to do the reading of gay and bi women. Even though I'm not a woman, I do deeply enjoy the respect you guys have given me in providing the space to talk about two women relating to each other. Truth be told, I'm kind of like I'm a bisexual, and again, I'm non-binary. I feel like a lesbian inside a man's body. So talking about all this lesbian stuff is getting me where I want to be. So thank you for being a part of this and allowing me to have fun doing this. Now, today's episode, we are going to be talking about Aries woman with Libra woman. This one should make for an interesting one. The 7th sign relationships are always, they're kind of like, there's a bit of give and take always needed here. I mean, this is the penultimate dimension of give and take. Particularly interestingly, you know, whenever we talk about any sign combination that's its opposite, we talk about it as a 7th sign, a 1-7 relationship. Excuse me. Like, for example, when we talk about, like, Gemini and Sagittarius. Gemini is the 1st house, and Sagittarius is the 7th house. You count 7 up from Gemini. Gemini being 1, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius. Sagittarius is the 7th sign. But Gemini has like a 3, and Sagittarius is a 9. So they're not 1 and 7, although they're 1 and 7 to each other. Aries is the natural number 1, and Libra is the natural number 7. And these two in this relationship are working that out at a very primal level, for better or worse. As usual, as I like to say, these are just sun signs, so whatever dimensions of sharing and expressing that we find, I'm always fixing my hair lately, especially when I'm in like woman mode. I'm really looking at the details of my face. It's kind of fun. These two in particular are really working out like double 1 and 7 relationship emphasis. It is the natural opposition of Aries and Libra. So let's read a little bit about it from our book. As usual in these readings, what I do is I read from Sextrology. It's the original Sextrology book. It gives us a little glimmer. There's like little descriptions of all the couplings in the first Sextrology book, but they're smaller. It gives us a gumball size piece of the relationship, and then we're going to go into more detail through cosmic coupling. A book written by the same couple, but for the succinct purpose of unfolding what the combinations are like. So, Aries woman with Libra woman. In the glint of each other's eye, there's a challenge. Who's the more evolved sexual animal? Antagonistic from the start, they process tension as pent-up erotic aggression. Sex is each woman's wildest. Yes, it's very interesting. This is two women that we're talking about. So when we see, as I've said from the start of this particular episode, when you have two women relating, you kind of have like a minus and a minus at the biological polar level. It could be read either way. You know, if we wanted to call men minus, we definitely could. So let's say this is two pluses, two of the same magnetic pole, a south and a south, as in terms of being women. So there is that saves this relationship from being so opposite, because they're both women relating as women. But here there is that even has some way of building the tension of the opposite pole from what you are in a way that's even more weirdly like energizing. This can be an antagonizing relationship because they're so different in the way that they are. What I want to say first and foremost, above and beyond all things, is that for two women to relate so oppositely can be a very, very good thing. Particularly because, remember, this is just sun signs that we're talking about, right? So there's a marriage compulsion here where they want to learn to relate better through each other. Like there's just something about the other person that it's like the shadow of themselves, which they hate to see so very truly embodied in this other person, because it's like, it's the opposite of me. It's something that I've been wanting to do and work on, but yet there's such a strange fascination with the fact that it is the embodiment of this shadow that I'm not used to expressing. And it's absorbing. The shadow and the light lose the firm boundary, so that there's nothing but this weird shared state of beingness that they don't want, because that makes you lose what you've been all this time. Aries woman likes to be the almost like, I mean, they can be butchy, and we'll find out in this combination whether that butchiness comes through for Aries. Likely the Aries is bound to be the more pushy sort of one here. Libra is very pushy too, but it's pushing through Venus, which is like putting sexual artifice and an intellectual and cerebral sense of how to dynamically engage sexual juices and relationships and emotions and feelings and excitement at the cerebral level. Libra is like the master of each little particular sexual act, being the queen at it, the queen of the queen of the tit job, you know, like the queen of eating out. You know, the Libra likes to be the dignified master of all these each little things, and she goes about it in this way of, you know, like artfully seducing through her sensitivity and capacity in this regard. And she's quite masterful in this way. And she kind of can be demanding for relatability. Why don't you relate with me? You know, why don't you listen to what I'm saying when I'm saying it, and wait until I give you an expressed permission to do any of these things? Libra is pushy for these things, and Aries will be frustrated that she is being put under thumb this way. But if there's something in there that I just deeply am magnetized by, the Aries will roll her shoulders back and be like, okay, so what's this all about? What's this refinement that you're looking for? And Aries will play the game of like looking like a well-to-do sort of person that the Libra can put her arm around and walk around town with, showing how others can be enticed by the artifice of the mutuality of the couple. That's very much the Libra thing. Now, what Aries really brings to this is that like that's a hard place for Aries to go. All of that is very, like, that's the least likely extreme in this relationship. What it's more likely to be is that Aries is going to know that there's something to what the Libra's doing that is fascinating. That's going to bring out the bestial rawness of Aries and prune its edges so that anybody would be endeared to be with that Aries. And Aries kind of likes that. Aries likes the endearment of being enjoyed on a wider scale than just her own action. Although essentially Aries is going to just act first and look in the mirror of everyone else's social conception after they act. Shoot first, ask questions later. That's the Aries thing. And so while Aries might give a bit of rope to this cerebral sense of refinement and listening, and, you know, listening to what we both want in the relationship, appreciating how sensitive Libra can be, like a feather. Just her tongue is just, you know, holding the haunches of the Aries, while Aries is lying back and just like letting Libra do her thing, and Libra is holding her by the haunches and licking just ever so slightly up her thigh. And that is just making the Aries just like, oh my god, just fucking get there, you fucking bitch, just lick my fucking pussy. And the Libra will be like, calm, baby, calm. Look, this is how the masters do it. And then, like, that's a fundamental dynamic in these two. Like, Libra loves the urgency of the Aries, and so does the Aries. But there will be times where the Libra has licked and licked for 5 minutes, is looking up and is like, are you still, like, oh boy, I've been teasing her and this just must be killing her, right? And like she looks up and looks up at the Aries' face and she's like, have you been teased up long enough? And Aries is kind of like, I was actually thinking of like going and watching TV because this is fucking boring. Like literally, like, you're fucking boring me. And then that can really rattle the Libra, because I thought I was Mrs. fucking bad master bitch. So at some point, the Libra has to know that licking and teasing has to find some primal route to get at what Aries wants, which is to fucking grab your head and just throw it down in between her legs. You know, but the Aries does love the buildup. It's just that, like, it's this necessary evil in the Aries' life with this combination. Is that, like, okay, do it, but just do me a favor and don't make the tease last too long so I actually get bored. You know, sexually, that's definitely a vibe between these two. And then they kind of bring it up into everything in their life, you know? Like, when Aries wants to go do something, it's like, do I have to wait for the permission from the Libra before she can feel like, but through her ephemeral sort of like feeling that like, yeah, I kind of feel like doing that. And let me get ready first though and grab all my things and my purse and my makeup and all these things. And Aries is just like, look, babe, I just wanted to walk to the convenience store with 2 slutty skirts on so that people can appreciate our asses. We don't have to look like the fucking Mona Lisa here. You know, we just like, I just wanted to go down to the street and do the spontaneous thing. You know, so these are the kind of things that these two will have to work out in relationship. But I think, again, I don't even think I ended up saying it, but what I wanted to say is that the cool penultimate thing about this relationship is that it's 2 women, and the sun sign doesn't always necessarily mean the be-all, end-all of what a woman is like. They're more about the moon. And if the moon of one is endeared to the other, or if the Venus, or if the Jupiter especially, in this relationship, you really want to look for the Jupiter in this relationship. Because if the Aries has Jupiter in an air sign, then they will feel deeply compelled to refine this primal bestial thing with the refined sensibilities of what the Aries naturally projects. Conversely, if you have a Libra Sun woman and her Jupiter is in like Sagittarius or Aries or Leo, then you have a Libra who appreciates the demonstrativeness, the urgency, and even the consent play that can happen that Aries naturally projects. So it's going to be the other things that make this primal 7th house jig, this fixed weird rig jig thing going on, come out with flying colors, right? Whereas, you know, if the sentiments of these two are deeply interposed, whereas like the Jupiter of the Aries maybe also has like something that's like, you know, I don't know. If the Libra's like Saturn is like opposite the Aries as Jupiter, then the Saturn of the Libra is going to even more deeply bum out the spiritedness of the Aries, you know? So look for the other things in the chart. But I digress. I could talk forever about all these little things. Let's see what the books have to say about this combination. So this is Aries woman with Libra woman. The book calls this combination the cotillion, which I don't know what that means. Hopefully that will be underlined as we go through this reading. Aries woman and Libra woman. Chemistry. At first, these women dance around each other, and sometimes they never stop. Aries can be naturally suspect of the lady scales, feeling her full of hot air, a little bit superficial, while Libra may find the ram bratty and unwilling to relate in a deeper, refined way, unless on the subject of herself. Libra can be an extreme character, a comedic, if not cartoonish figure who goes in for personality in style, demeanor, and even dress. Aries is kind of too cool for that, for all that artifice. She'll have Libra know that she's got soul, and societal twitterings of any sort are too trivial for her attentions. Their dynamic can be combustive, but it's typically a case of 2 women who doth protest too much, methinks. The fact is, these ladies, so what that's all about is that the way that these two relate, they can be combustive and kind of antagonizing to each other. Just, oh, you are such a superficial la-di-da slut, aren't you? The Aries says to the Libra. And it's just like, well, if you weren't such a dumb brute, maybe you could get on my level and they have this sort of thing, but it's just like, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. In a good way, ideally, they'll come together in this way. Thus, the lady doth protest too much, methinks. Looks like she's protesting a lot, but really, it's like, what are you getting? It's like, I have all these things about you that you just, oh God, you're just so like this. And then they start going at each other. It's an agitation that builds a sexual confrontation that is primal. The fact is, these ladies are often so exceedingly attracted to one another that it can take them off their guard, and each of them is loath to lose their footing. They might really learn a lot out of this relationship where all of a sudden, I don't know what I am, and I don't know what you are, and there's this mutuality unfolding, and I'm kind of liking that. It's just that hopefully both of them want to eventually get some kind of footing on how this thing ought to go. Let's look at their relationship compatibility. These two feel they must be constantly on their mettle, perhaps aware that they can all too easily slip in each other's estimation. They're both trying to show that, like, look, the way I've been is the better way to be. Don't you see? When you did this thing the other night and it was like this, and can't you see how that was bad for you? And the other person is going to have their own arguments, and they could both be right, because this is one of those things where there's no fixed system of I'm in this role and I appreciate you in this role. It's not fixed, so they're both kind of saying that what they're doing is the right thing. And so they don't want to slip. They don't want to look like, oh shit, maybe she is this one that's kind of on top. But then that denies me of what I am in this relationship. And that's why it's finicky. It might take years together before these two finally drop their shields, while some never fully do. There is thus a formality about this relationship. They treat each other with kid gloves, keeping interaction succinct, so neither can be accused of taking up too much time, space, or energy. The Libra, especially, wants to avoid such censure and learns to keep her own counsel, saving her chatterfests for friends and family. Aries, on the other hand, must be careful of holding the bond hostage via bouts of pouting and the administration of silent treatments. Aries can feel ganged up on by the Libra, whose sign motto is "we are." The Libra will go and say, yes, we are like this in relationship. You know, we are like a techno-savvy couple. We're kind of switch, you know, whereas, you know, we're both a little bit like this. And it's we are and we are and we are. And they love to do that because Libra is very much looking at the relationship as a unit. Whereas Aries is really looking at what I am in this relationship, which can be antagonizing. So the Libra seems to deliver contradictory directives, expecting Aries to get overall balance right. Doing so provides them with a hard work but worth it bond that hones discipline and creativity, and expression and communication and all the seventh house things, which can be very, very good, very endearing. There's a lot to the seventh house relationship. Energy exchange, creativity, children in the energetic exchange sense, doing things together which erupts a sum of activity and product or something which is greater than the sum of its parts. This could be something as simple as buying a house together, buying a car together, going to the park together and talking together. And there's a consciousness birthed between the two of them, which is almost like a zodiac sign that's never been seen, if that makes sense. Now, let's look at the carnality between these two in bed. though they might experience an uneasy entry into the sexual arena, what's waiting for them there is no dull affair. These glamazons are explosive in the sack, typically going at it like gangbusters, both being cardinal active elements. And they're positive ones too, Aries being fire, positive, Libra being air, also positive. Aries tends to be more butch femme, Libra more the latter, the femme vibe, than the butch. They're each hyper-conscious of their erotic talents, pulling out all the stops to impress the other with their prowess. And not just early on in the bond, but often for the duration. These two are trying to convince each other that I've been this thing that you wanted all this time, and it's there. Aries does what she does best, physically, indeed primally expressing her animal lust. But here she does so with extra luster. She seeks to counteract Libra's own suspicion that she, the ram, is not mindful, but rather too impulsive, across the board of her experience. Ironically, it's when they're at their most intimate that Aries feels herself slid under a microscope, having to mind her P's and Q's as if she's on display. In bed, Libra tends to express herself in yet another seemingly contradictory fashion dynamic, fading in and out of passive and aggressive modes. It's probably a basic default dynamic of the Aries lady being kind of this pusher and initiator, and saying you do this, and like generally bringing the attention of the Libra to me, who's the aloof love object. Aries will probably generally keep that, and the Libra will be the one who switches the time, those little sand watches where you flip it and the sand starts going down. Basically, Libra is like flip, and I'm passive, and I'm completely smitten to you and where you're throwing me around, and that can only last so long before that thing switches again, and then she's on the upswing, and she's more demanding and ardent and saying, this is what we're going to do today, kind of thing. We're going to role play today, or, whatever it is, right? And this is just how these two work. Again, this sort of in and out sort of thing, especially if strap-ons are involved. Kadoot. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Now we're on to Scorpio. I'm going to get one more of these out. Aries woman and Scorpio woman before I take a break. Okay, come on, Dust. It's almost break time. That's why I love doing this stuff with you guys. So, I presently have 2 concurrent viewers, and thank you to my wonderful loyal viewers for hanging out with me. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am Dustin Cormier, and you are watching How to Rock Astrology. Today, I've decided to be a lady. I hope you guys have been digging this so far. If you've been watching from the early part of this episode, I talked about how I'm a non-binary man. I'm in a man's body, but I often feel like a lesbian in a man's body. And I have a deep respect for... I've recently been, by popular request, I've had people ask me to do these sextrology videos who are lesbian women, even though I'm a man. I deeply appreciate everybody here who has given me the space to express my own sense of femininity and the lesbian in myself by deeply, deeply enjoying these readings. So let me know in the comments if you think that's appropriate or whatever, and you know, I just love to hear what you think of it. Love to know what you think of like my makeup and stuff, because I'm trying to look as girly as possible. I'm not like trans. I don't ever plan on transitioning to be a woman, although if I could get like a pair of tits and like facial thing to make me look like a woman but still have my junk, my dick and nuts, I would totally do that. Like, who doesn't love a good pair of tits? I digress. Someday that could happen. We'll see how that goes. For now, I'm enjoying what I is. But I do appreciate you, the viewer, for allowing me the space to be a vessel for this juicy woman-to-woman consciousness. So, today we are listening to Aries woman with Scorpio woman. The two Mars-ruled bad bitches. This one should be an interesting one. I think that it's going to probably be a good vibe. I'm curious as to how it's going to go. I have lots of thoughts, but let's read a little bit first before we get into it. What I've been doing is I read the original sextrology book. These books have a little blurb, a tiny little subsection where it talks about the combinations of two signs together, of two women, Aries and Scorpio in this case. My computer is always messing with my lighting. Whatever. We're going to read this little blurb from this original sextrology book, and then we're going to flesh it out with Cosmic Coupling, a book by the same couple, Starsky and Cox. It's going to bring out more of the rich details of these combinations. So, let's begin saying a little bit about Aries woman with Scorpio woman. Scorpio holds herself up as a prize, the role Aries ordinarily assumes. So Aries is usually the prized lady, or she might feel more familiar in that role. The table's being turned. The ram is floored with feelings for the sultry scorpion sexpot. This all-consuming tie might not last, but it is lusty. There is a very interesting 6th and 8th dynamic going on here. We kind of talked about it when we were in the Scorpio, the Virgo video, Aries Sun with Virgo woman, because that's a 6th and 8th relationship, but it's the other way around. I wonder if you know what I mean. Scorpio is the 8th sign from Aries. And of course, Scorpio is the natural 8th sign of the zodiac. So Scorpio woman is doing what Scorpio woman is doing. And it's naturally an 8th sign, obsessive, dissolving, manipulating, emotional energy just in herself. But all these themes, emotional absorption, obsession with something, complete surrender to some kind of idea grouping outside of yourself, even giving resources to something, being absorbed by the desire to do these things. The Scorpio woman will bring this out of Aries more than anybody else. And it can be sextastic and juicy. Now, as I always say, I think that this is going to be a good combination. I wish, it's hard to know exactly how these books are going to play it out. But this, I think, is a good combination. This is two ladies. It's good because they're both ruled by Mars. Scorpio and Aries both being ruled by Mars. So that's why there is a mutual understanding between these two ladies, which is like the sense that they kind of want to conquer and take over the world. Aries wins. Aries likes to win the battle and doesn't care if she's winning any kind of war. Scorpio likes to win, to hold out and win some kind of long-range war with herself, the battlefield of her own soul's misgivings versus her soul's phoenix-like ability to soar above whatever happened to her in her past that brings her down. She wants to soar above that and even validate that soaring by doing well in some kind of social validation sphere, in a groups and stuff like that, to be well appreciated in a group. So the Aries here, they both want to win is the main point. So Aries can be like the dagger, the rogue at the front, which is carving up and protecting and managing and pushing and having a horn on her head where she can obliterate and penetrate through any obstacle. And the Scorpio woman will be the mastermind, spider, seductress who keeps the center at home and is a psychological mastermind who can know how they both work very well, especially when the Scorpio has a good moon. If the Scorpio woman's moon is well placed, then she will be endeared to understanding each other's psychologies in a way that's for their mutual benefit. To enrich the psyche of the Aries, and even to like deeply get out the Aries' fascinations and obsessive fantasies. Like there's a fantastic element here that the Scorpio can bring out of the Aries that the Aries will not get from anybody else. Because it's the 8th house, it's the absorption feeling. The Scorpio this strength that this Scorpio woman has, to see them in both and understand them both and even manipulate the relationship towards directives which are mutually meaningful. That's a power that the Scorpio has, so that the Aries feels like the molten background of their unconscious is being guided sheep-like towards some kind of green pasture. This is a deep vibe that these two might feel, even sexually, where the Aries can kind of let herself go to the very meticulous, planned, routine, habitual spider web of sexual fascinations that the Scorpio woman will employ to keep the Aries close and secured to her. The Aries can, because the Scorpio woman is doing all these little detailed things, the Aries can like coast on top of it and just get all of her fantasies enjoyed and all these things, you know, like all that she has to be okay with is the Scorpio doing some directing as to how we can both be mutually enjoying our lives and our time and getting something together and maybe getting a house together and building something more than just this sort of flash in the pan sexual fascination. That is all if the Scorpio woman's moon is good. Because if the Scorpio woman's moon is in a good place, it's close to Taurus, it's got positive aspects from its friends, other planets, then the Scorpio woman will not feel the need to do this manipulation in a way that is going to secure her egoic preference for how this relationship ought to go. If the moon is not well placed in the Scorpio, then the Aries will begin to sense that this floating on top of this well planned out lover who's holding the spider web mutually for both of them, the Aries might begin to suspect that she is losing something, not being dignified, losing her own sense of strength, her own sense of power, and that's when it becomes unstable. It's essentially really deeply comes down to the Scorpio woman's moon, as well as her Venus in a certain way, although yeah, that's definitely something to consider for this relationship. And if the moon is ill-placed, then it's up to you both. If you're a Scorpio or if you're an Aries woman, get your Scorpio chick to watch this, see this vibe, and so you two can both mutually talk about how you guys like this sort of dynamic where the Scorpio woman is just very much this instigator and the Ram woman is this excitable goat that just wants to be led through some kind of positive catacombs that will lead to her enjoyable expression and admiration and all these things. The two of you will enjoy the sort of shepherd and the sheep sort of vibe as long as long as the Scorpio woman's moon is okay, and that will be helped if the two of you can communicate. Just say that you enjoy, talk about what you enjoy, but it could be a tricky thing to talk about. So it can be enjoyable, though, at some level. I mean, you might just have to experience it and see where the deeper depths are. It can be hard to know if this person's a deep, meaningful lover that you should bond with for the long run because the sex is so intense that, you know, when this relationship goes well, the sex is super intense and it always stays intense, but they ventilate around this sexual intensity and this all-absorbing thing that the Aries just wants to obliteratingly surrender herself to the Scorpio woman's whims and all these things. If they're both healthy, they will inspire each other to keep moving, to have mutual freedom, and to ventilate this primal sexual energy in a way that it's not always there and they won't feel drained by it. That's something that's possible in this relationship. But as usual, this is just the sun signs. And this can be a good, juicy sun sign combination. It all has to do with all the other things in the chart. The rising sign, the moons, particularly for the Scorpio woman's own health. But also if they can be endeared to each other through Jupiter, for example. You know, if the Jupiter is always important in a woman's chart, particularly for lesbians, because lesbians can work out their emotional, sentimental sphere. They tend to do it and they get it very easily. When lesbians become good friends and sort of like become endeared to the sentiment of each other and their own emotions easily. They get periods and they might have periods where they're frustrated and they have to just but they both know that they do that. And so they both know that they need to get it out, have their period, and then they're feeling fresh again. So the emotional sphere is easier for these two to deal with. So Venus is not as important. It's equally important, really, in the sphere of things, in relationship with Jupiter. Jupiter is particularly important for a lesbian couple. And the reason is because no matter, you know, in those moments where the sexual fascination is there, the 8th house to the 6th house, this obliterating thing where you both become absorbed in each other, if the Jupiters are goodly interposed between each other, then the moments in between the sexual energy are satisfying and fulfilling at a spiritual level. For example, if the Aries has Jupiter in Scorpio or Pisces, or ideally the best place for Jupiter would be Cancer, where it's exalted. Because then this way, the Aries, with all its fieriness and all its sort of bombast and things, the Jupiter here will find that the emotional, the psychological holding of the vessel and the relationship and the way through which the Scorpio expresses affection through the ardent, passionate sensuality and just like the affection and devotional nature of the Scorpio woman, the Aries will find, if their Jupiter's in a water sign, for example, they will find a spiritual, like they will feel like they're building towards something that they've always wanted to be in themselves whenever they're relating with the Scorpio, even outside of the sexual obliterating, sexy, intense moment, right? This is the way that you have to deal with these things. And you might find that you, as an Aries woman, that you have a deep obliterating love for these Scorpio women, and it can be good. It's just that, you know, you got to know your intentions and hope that there's more to your connection than just the sexual. Because you can enjoy, this is how these 8th house things go, is that you as the Aries can enjoy being in the obliterating sexuality of a Scorpio woman, but if you're not endeared to each other, the Scorpio woman might just chew you up and spit you out. And because She's in the 8th house position. She's in the 8th house from your sun. But you're not in the 8th house from her sun. You're in the 6th house from her sun, right? There's Scorpio. The 7th house from Scorpio is Taurus. The 6th house, the one before Taurus, is Aries. So you could be a server in this relationship, and that's not a bad thing, of course. Especially, this is one of the combinations where if you are an Aries and you prefer to be a bit more of a submissive position, this is one of those, and it can be very enriching. It can be very good for you. You just got to know that that's your thing. You know what I mean? And it's all the things around the sexual experience which will make it enriching. And if you bag yourself up with lots of Scorpio women and enjoy that dependent, unconscious sexuality that is drawn out from you, you might feel used until you find a Scorpio woman who jives with your Jupiter and jives with your moon and jives with your rising sign. So at the moments around the sexual experience are a vessel which can enrich the mountain. The mountain is the sexual experience, and for this combination, you need to have a valley to enjoy the mountain. Otherwise, you're just going to feel like you just got hit with a dick, like you've just been used by a fuckboy or something like that. Even though that's not necessarily the Scorpio woman's strictest intention, it's just the way that this dynamic is between the two of you. So I've talked about, this is a long one for me, so I think I'm just going to start to get into our book's description of this combination. This is Cosmic Coupling. This is going into more detail about the subject. Let's see how, the way I've put all that, let's see if I was right, because I'm really reading this with you guys as I go along, right? This is Aries woman with Scorpio woman. Our book calls this The Rush. Chemistry. Scorpio inspires awe in the Aries. Sorry. I just got to check one thing with my computer here. I know I just got us all right into the thing. I legitimately have to check my computer for it's like, oh, I got lots of, okay, memory, because doing these videos takes a lot of memory. It's okay. So I'm sorry about that. So now this is Aries woman with Scorpio woman. Our book calls this The Rush. Chemistry. Scorpio inspires awe in the Aries, who generally doesn't defer to other women. They're both ruled by Mars, Scorpio being co-ruled by Pluto, dominating subliminal mob master Pluto. And thus, they share an affinity based on that planet's principles. They get along based on the want to win, again, right? Objectivity, courage, and forthright honesty. And its rule over ye olde libido. Aries suspects Scorpio has mastered all of the above, while she herself acts out a little bit more rashly. It's almost like Aries is the young soul Mars and Scorpio is the old soul Mars. And the old soul Mars enjoys the youthful boyishness of the Aries. There's a youthful tomboyishness in the Aries, which the Scorpio finds refreshing and young and just so damn cute. Whereas the Aries finds there to be an old crony, some old cougar living inside of this seemingly demure, pure and pretty Scorpio, but there's an old soul wisdom in the Scorpio woman that the Aries is fascinated by. And so the spider woman, Scorpio, makes the ram snap to, showing her by example how to keep a lid on emotions and achieve more by stressing less. The world waits for Scorpio, who is typically so nonplussed that Aries might be in relationship with one and not even know it. Scorpio slithers into a partnership, as if unnoticed, on what she assumes is an unspoken understanding, loath to talk about life while she is still living in it. Oh, I don't know, darling. Should we call it a relationship? I don't know. We're dealing, you know? Let's just not even talk about it. Let's just, like, go home, grab a bottle of wine, and eat each other's pussies, and it's just whatever, you know? It's just whatever. Now, let's look at the compatibility between these two. The fact that Scorpio takes charge in this bond is almost beside the point, as she is so in a trance in all she does that she doesn't even notice that Aries, by contrast, is hitting all her marks day to day like a free-falling pinball. Bing, 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 bing. Scorpio is something of a friendly ghost in Aries' life. The Ram knows she's there, but they seem to operate in different dimensions. Of course, the story changes in their downtime when they are blatantly very much on the same page. It's like when they both come home from work at the same time, and now they're not, like, they might have done very different things during the day, but when they're coming home and they're sitting on the couch and they're looking at each other, very much on the same page. Scorpio will check in on Aries and offer her strong opinions and directives. And the Ram enjoys a lover's interest in every detail of her busy life. And the Scorpio will even say, you know, like the Aries will say, God, I was just talking to some dick today while I was at the vending machine, and like I was just trying to calmly put my dollars in and the dollar got stuck and this guy's being impatient behind me. Scorpio woman would say to that, do you know what you should have told him? You should have turned around and kicked him in his nuts. You know, you are so strong and you shouldn't have to take that from a man. So the Scorpio woman is listening to all these things and telling the Ram constantly all these things that are endearing to the Ram. Oh, you think so? You're right, baby. At times, something like a growing teen, Aries will flare up and take Scorpio to task for being too controlling. The latter lady often letting these tantrums pass without a fuss. Scorpio is a patient partner who nonetheless appreciates Aries' fiery temperament and outsized zest for life. Again, it's the young Mars that makes this old crony Scorpio in me. It just gets me all feeling young again like I used to. Now, let's take a look at the carnality of this relationship. Seduction remains a constant here. Scorpio is the zodiac's femme fatale, who, at least to her mind, is the sultriest thing on two legs, between which lies an unceasing yen. In bed, she relinquishes all butch responsibilities to Aries, who is encouraged to execute them in the extreme. Scorpio, too, pulls out all... Scorpio's like the power bottom. Scorpio, too, pulls out all stops to embody her lover's dream lady, constantly building her sexual repertoire on an ever-growing catalog of behaviors that elicit the most vivid Ram response. Double entendre intended. Scorpio desires deepest penetration, and Aries is a minor 69er who will become a dildo connoisseur in the process, for double headers in particular. A naturalist herself, Aries will enjoy Scorpio's love of subtle flourishes, noirish stilettos, lipstick, nails, perfume, that help her release her inner succubus and have her devil way. Aries laps it up as best she can. Squirt can make a great name for a Scorpio, a nickname for Scorpio. Just one of many ways that sex between this pair is so in your face. The rush. I definitely get that one. that was juicy. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm going to show you guys my butt one more time because I've been enjoying just doing that. I got to start tanning more. I really love doing this with you guys, so I hope you guys are digging it. I need to take a break so that I don't die. I feel like I could just definitely keep going, but what I'm thinking in particular, I live in a place where I like garden. I need to go water my plants, and like shuffle my boner into my shorts so that I don't, so everyone in my house doesn't see the massive boner I have right now. So I guess I'm a guy, so it is what it is. Like I said, I get charged the heck up on these things. So I'm Dustin Cormier. I'm gonna take 10. If anybody is still watching, looks like I still have 2 viewers. So for everybody watching, thank you. There's more to come. For now, I'm going to go and, like I said, I'm just gonna go figure out my plants, water my plants, and then I'm going to come right back. And we shall finish this series going through Aries woman with Sagittarius all the way to Pisces. I'll be back, folks. Hey, howdy, hey. Hello. Nice to see you, ladies and germs. Ladies and ladies, in today's case. I'm just gonna have a little quick smokiola. Hopefully I don't lose any lipstick over it. Still learning to use lipstick. I'll count that as a success. Oh, I'm always about the long haul with these videos, aren't I? My unruly Leo hair. Story of my life. Oh my, it is hot in here, eh? Damn. There's just no winning. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you today. My name is Dustin Cormier, your crazy-haired, very not working with me today hair astrologer. Welcome to How to Rock Astrology. Today, I'm going to work this out. You just watch. I just got to find the perfect way to deal with all of this. It's this like whole coronavirus thing is going on, so I don't really have any way to cut my hair. And that's why it's kind of acting out. But, hi. So today I've decided to do a thing. If you were watching earlier in our episode, I've been talking about how I've decided to be a woman today and to put on some lipstick and some makeup, doll myself up a little bit, and try to invite the ideal vessel for this woman-to-woman contact of all these astrology signs. And I appreciate everybody. I consider myself as a non-binary person. I am a man. I got the dick and nuts, but I often feel like a lesbian on the inside. Partly because, you know, I've got lots of like, I'm a Leo rising, but my Sun and Mars and Pluto are in the 4th house in Scorpio. And Venus rules my chart in Vedic astrology, so there's lots of ways we can talk about it. But essentially, for many reasons, I feel very feminine. And non-binary, I guess, is the right way to say it. And as someone who is like a lesbian in a man's body, I really appreciate, I'm doing these videos by request, by certain women on my channel who have wanted me to do this, because I do all the other combinations. Gay couples and heterosexual couples, gay men rather. and heterosexual, I've been requested to do gay women as well. So I hope that I do the trick as a vessel for this fun, juicy, lesbian, sexy consciousness, this erotic consciousness. Let me know how I do. Let me know what you think. Let me know if you think it's appropriate or if it's not. And let me know if I do the trick for you, because I really enjoy doing these. So thank you for the opportunity and for the request. I'm just going to do one of these. That's kind of more of what I'm looking for. It's a new thing I'm dealing with now, which is that my makeup is in like the top of my hair. Gonna learn it, folks. I'm gonna get it as good as I can, and then I'm just gonna rock and roll. Might just be fidgeting with myself throughout this whole episode. Story of my life. So, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, today we're going to be talking about Aries woman with Sagittarius woman. Now, I swear, I'm only gonna do this for like 20 more minutes. No, I'm just kidding. At some point, I just gotta let it be. I usually cut my bangs, that's why it's ridiculous right now. Got like the poodle hair going on. Okay, you folks aren't here to see me do this. I'm at least gonna get through this one now that I've warmed it up. This is Aries woman with Sagittarius woman. This is a combination that I'm excited for this one because this is one of the best combinations for Aries woman. The reason is because both of these chicks are fire signs, of course. And trines are always good, especially between sun signs in any harmonic, if it's between sun signs, the sun of one girl is in trine with the moon of another girl. Trines or even being in the same sign element is always a good thing. And the reason is because all of the fire signs kind of jive to the same planetary agenda, the same tune. Which is like an abundant capacity for ambition and creative action and inspired action. Action that opens up a constant experimentation of one's own capacity to project the self and their abilities, to get past psychological breakages and social inhibitions and challenges. All of the fire signs enjoy these challenges per se, and these two girls kind of will probably challenge each other in lots of sort of fun ways, but it'll be like a mutual inspired challenge vibe. Mars wanting to get the noblest natural expression of like herself, her having like, the Mars girl, Aries, having lots of ambition. Like, Aries girl really wants to be a sword that she either wields for herself or lets someone else wield in order to use her capabilities and talents. She just likes to be sharp and to have something that she can do to offer that can penetrate through the walls of resistance that she meets in her reality. That's what Aries always does. But Aries woman in particular jives to like a penetrating outward consciousness, but also a bringing in consciousness because she's a woman. So in the same way that the Aries woman wants to build on experiences through which she's broken through some kind of resistance, Sagittarius wants to build against the resistance of her own meaninglessness, in a philosophical, like, Sagittarius girl kind of wants to perform, to be creative, and to find herself in a role through which she can express a height or even a mental cerebral sense of a height. There's a they like to perform and to try on different accents, and they can be wacky, and they're very spontaneous. And these are all things that Aries really loves at the vibing, spontaneous level. These two can just get along with each other, just hanging out, and the Sagittarius will make Aries laugh, and Aries will even just make Sagittarius laugh by what the Aries chick is. So there's a lot we could say about it, but what I like to do is I like to read from this original sextrology book. It's the Astrology of Sex and the Sexes. This is the first book that came out, and it has a good little blurb that talks about each of the couplings. I'm going to read from the little blurb, and then we're going to expand on it through the next book that came out through this dual authorship that's Starsky and Cox. And this is the Cosmic Couplings book. So first, a little gumball of what this is all about. We've got Aries woman with Sagittarius woman. Competitiveness creates a healthy sexual tension. Aries is the more overt character. Sag keeps her emotions uncharacteristically cached. Superficiality in this combination is a pitfall. Superficial interactions, superficial gestures, just for the sake of looking like we can react to each other. These reactions become reflex and subliminal and just like not really what either of the people want to be. Still, it's a homey, cozy twosome that ultimately feels good. I think this should wind up being one of Aries' best connections, because Mars and Jupiter are best friends in the Vedic sense, and of course because they're the same element. Mind you, for my educational sake, I like to be an entertainer, but I also really like to educate here. And I would say that the fact that Mars and Jupiter are friends, that is like cosmically what's happening there. The fact that Aries and Sagittarius are both fire signs, and also Scorpio and Pisces are also fire signs, water signs, ruled by the same planets. It's not like a coincidence that that's the case. The fact that these two are friends is the reason why Aries and Sagittarius are both fire signs, not the other way around. Something to think about. So, all in all, Mars and Jupiter are cut from the same cloth. It's inspired, lives for challenges. They challenge each other, but it's mutually validating. They can relate with each other at the basic levels of where they want to project themselves and their attitude and their way of thinking. Of course, this is just the sun signs. Just because you are an Aries sun woman doesn't mean that the best partner, the only partner for you, is a Sagittarius woman or a Leo. But it's a good vibe when the signs are in tune with each other. The best, like, psychosexual dynamically, in terms of what these two are kind of projecting themselves out to be. But it's going to depend on the moon, the Jupiter, the Venus in the chart to really make this cool mutual vibe something really worth gripping onto in the long haul, or to defer in case it's just like a fun little rock and roll session, but it's up to all the things in the chart that really glue people together. So I've talked about it for a little while. Let's let our book do the talking. This is Aries woman and Sagittarius woman, coming from Cosmic Coupling. Our book calls this couple the event. Now let's look at their chemistry. Aries is outsized energy and no prisoner's attitude. Captivates la Sage. Aries feels that she's scoring all the points, charming the panties off Mrs. Centaur. But things might not be what they seem. With her knowing smirk, Sag understands that she's gained an admirer diligent enough to do her bidding, sexual or otherwise. And voila, Aries is not quite the alpha anymore. It seems that Aries, we said this about Leo too, Aries tends to, because she's so active, she tends to really jive well to the tune of someone else who's strong. Someone who can appreciate her own ardent, urgent nature that's pushy. It's like pushy at the body level, but vacant at the cerebral level for Aries. That's kind of her favorite place, is to be present in the body, but like vacant in the organization of the mind. Just let her body's passions unfurl itself. And that's that's something that Sag kind of likes to do. Sag is more of this sort of top girl who kind of likes to move things around with her finger. Aries usually can be a lot of this initiator, but with the other two fire signs, Aries comes out as a little bit more sub, a little bit more bottom, and letting the other person kind of lead the charge. Again, this is just sun signs, mind you. If you don't vibe to that, you can't let the sun signs define you. This is an arc that you might want to play with. But both of these girls will still have the competitive spine, and they'll both love each other for that, no matter what. While Aries is busy posturing, picking up tabs, and opening doors, Sag rests assured she'll be treated like a lady and have the upper hand in decision-making, should this bond wax steady. Sagittarius loves to be wined and dined, even if the ram faux surreptitiously pays with a credit card that draws on Sag's account. Sag can't help but feel like a kid with Aries, who is so wide-eyed, approaching even routine experience as if it were happening for the first time. Aries is cute like that. It's just like, wow, just so cool, like just so excited about all the things that are happening. The Sagittarius woman like has experience with many things and fires herself up into all these passionate, fiery things. And she does so much that it's hard for her to fully lean into any of them. But as soon as she just leads the Aries to water, the Aries is going to drink. And Sagittarius is like, wow, this turned into a fun thing. Now let's look at their compatibility. Lest we forget, we are dealing with two fire signs here, compatible though they may be. But, wow, when push comes to shove, and it will, Sag's signature entitlement, coming up against Aries' infamous spoiledness, creates some catty moments. And yet, ironically, this is a trend these two would eagerly welcome on entering a serious bond. Both have an allergy to complacency, so dynamics which smack of still getting to know you are mutually welcomed. Others often think these demonstrative lovebirds have just met, whether they're cooing or clawing each other's eyes out. So they're always finding out more about each other. Neither is a shrinking violet, so they make a spectacular mark on the social scene, both tending to achieve prominence in the gay community, so long as they are co-chairing this or that committee. Indeed, a bond between these two brings out each individual's need to see and be seen. Yeah. In a lot of ways, probably Aries brings out for the Sagittarius the desire to be seen, or at least to express something which is worth seeing. Aries is the fifth house from Sagittarius, so the Aries girl brings out a creative force and acts as a vessel for directing the spirit of what Sagittarius wants to be, wants to say. Aries holds an audience for it, and also a mutual soldier in whatever things Sagittarius wants to do, whatever pushes or creative ideas that Sagittarius gets are always Mars driven, and that's because Aries is the 5th house. Aries is like what Leo represents, if you get where I'm at, which means like a fixed channel for devotional and even romantic and passionate expression and creation, and and some kind of work effort, even something that can be done business wise, but it's more for the sake of like a hobby, passion, spiritual passion, rather than some kind of like skill. I digress. Aries it acts as a vessel for and an audience for the creative capacities in Sagittarius to be seen. And Sagittarius is the natural 9th sign and is in the 9th house from Aries. So Sagittarius brings out in Aries a desire to see what else I can be, to try things that relate to what we are and what I am, that might enrich my sense of myself. Like Sagittarius sees that Aries wants that, and is good. This is part of Sagittarius woman's character, is that she is savvy, but she kind of knows it, and this is just part of the bane of their particular thing, is that Sagittarius wants to look well-to-do and well-intentioned and educated, but they want to really be that. So they go out and experience what they know and have known so that they can really act on this refinement. But it comes because they want to climb, and they just want to, they're like a tree. Jupiter is perfectly represented by the Rush song, The Trees. Super nerdy or whatever, but these trees want to get taller than the other trees. And all the smaller trees said, we should call a union and make it so that these trees can't climb that tall because they're taking all our shade. And but the trees just do what they do, and it's a part of their nature. Sagittarius is like that. Sorry, little trees, but I'm just fucking way up here. And you gotta admire them at some level because of how savvy they can look and competitive, and just how just rich that can be. And that really gives Aries a thought that like this desire to fasten their instincts is something that can be met with height, with dignity, with respect, and with graceful art, and Aries loves that in Sagittarius too. Anyway, I could wax philosophic about both, but this bond does bring out each individual's need to see on Aries' part and be seen on Sagittarius' part. Now, let's think about the carnality of this couple. Though Aries likes to puppeteer sexual relationships, here she's happy not to. Sag's needs, as she expresses them, keep the ram busy enough. The Archeress is an ultra femme who appreciates the butchest of Aries, or the lipstick variety, intent on pleasing her. Indeed, Aries learns to infuse her lovemaking with a hint of gratitude, as Sag welcomes obvious displays of affection, just as she expects overt overtures. Surprise luxe trips, or any such romantic forays, go a long way for the Sagittarius. Not so easy for the spontaneous Aries, who barely thinks beyond the moment. Aries is spontaneous right here and now. Like, in this moment, it's like they're looking at you and it's like, do you just want to kiss my face right now? Yes, bang. And like Aries will do in the moment sorts of things. This is part of Sagittarius in the 9th house, using Aries' non-thinkingness and just bestial in the moment spontaneity, but thinking of the best way to make it richer in a larger experience. Jupiter. Being ushered around is an aphrodisiac for Sag, who, in bed, will lie back and let Aries pleasure her. Close to the brink, though, Sag will switch it up, showing Aries precisely who is prime mover in this pairing. Rarely trumped by another female, let alone one so blatantly feminine, Aries retires her need to be in the driver's seat and happily goes for the ride, chauffeured by the finesse of Sag's fingers and lips. Right, Sag is really leading the whole thing, and even when she's on her back and saying, come on, baby. But yet Sagittarius will love to do it as well. That's what we kind of read here, is that Aries will be laying on her back and Sag will say, now I'm going to show you who's really moving around in here. It's a juicy combination. I find that they both they both give to each other, and it's always a feeling of Sagittarius moving first and bringing the eager ram to come and do this thing for them together. And it really gives space for the Aries to express herself on the front, because that is where Aries expresses best, is in her passion, while being pulled around by something that's on the same vibe. Jupiter and Sagittarius are just perfectly that. They're both looking for this like power trip in a way, some kind of energy exchange from lower to higher. They're both kind of looking for like the urgency, the theatrics, and the Sagittarius just knows how to kind of, in what she is, what she does naturally is this thing. And Aries is a vessel for getting that thing out. It's the nature of the trine. Very juicy. Definitely one of the best combinations for Aries woman. I hope you guys dug that. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you today. My name is Dustin Cormier, and you are watching How to Rock Astrology. Today, I have decided to be a lady. I've been requested by some of the women on my channel to do a video where I would express the lesbian relationships between all the possible combinations of gay and bisexual women in the zodiac. Now, I'm a man, and being a man, you know, I didn't feel not comfortable, but I felt like I kind of wouldn't have the proper voice and vibe and sexuality to jive with that. Although I've always known myself, I felt like I could from the start, but I didn't think anybody else would think so because I'm a guy. So I've dolled myself up. I consider myself a non-binary person. I often think that, and I'm bisexual, so I feel like a lesbian in a man's body. And that's why I'm very graced that the people on my channel have asked this, and that I could get the chance to enjoy this juicy lesbian consciousness. It's really been good for me. So let me know what you guys think, and I hope you guys enjoy. This next part of this presentation is Aries woman plus Capricorn woman. This could make for a very interesting combination. I'm particularly thinking of the fact that, you know, if the Aries woman's Mars is really good, the Capricorn woman and her will make a good, rigorous, disciplined team of some sort, where Aries puts in a lot of energy and the Capricorn woman fastens some kind of material prospect or even sexually, you know, the Capricorn woman will be able to fasten herself, while the Aries woman has this very athletically driven sexuality, purely for its own animal sake, you know? So the closer the Aries woman's Mars is to Capricorn, the reason I'm saying this, because Mars is exalted in Capricorn, right? So there is the possibility for some good vibes between these two, although the Capricorn woman can possibly bum the Aries woman out. Let me just check if I'm right on that relationship. Saturn's enemies is Mars, right? And Mars' enemies is right. So Saturn is neutral to Saturn is neutral to Mars, but Mars is an enemy to Saturn, and Saturn rules Capricorn. So we can see here that you know, you can't. This is just sun signs, mind you. There will be, whenever you have that kind of relationship, there will be some interesting tension that can work out positively and constructively, because this is just the sun signs after all. So the Aries woman is kind of like bestial and primal in a way, and the Aries woman often likes to just like shut off her cerebral level so that she can just completely act on her animal, biological, aesthetic instincts and feelings, just going by feel. Capricorn is very like that too, but the Capricorn likes to have a whole scene that is, every moment is like hot and passionate and even like deliciously in the feeling of things. Both of these girls are like this, and Capricorn's more earthy and sensual about it, and even power play-ish. I imagine that the Capricorn gal is probably going to hold down as the natural mentor. Yeah, I can kind of see that happening. Capricorn girl is the mentor, the girl who's like holding down and being the mature sort of like tough one. They're both mature. Aries likes to look very well to do, but Capricorn puts in dedicated time to experiencing for herself what each of her attributes are, and she fastens them quickly in her life. Whereas Aries is constantly changing them, challenging them, transforming herself to the tune of the next inspired feeling of friction and resistance that she wants to take over. It's the Aries thing, right? So the fact that the Capricorn's thing is a little bit more earthy, grounded, and possibly, you know, kind of like there and present, almost kind of can be like Capricorn women can be very just sort of like vanilla, and so can Aries. Like these two might just bang a lot and get lots of sensations out with each other, and they'll probably just enjoy that at their own sake, even building it. It's the Capricorn woman with this grounding thing that's going to be able to build, you know, because the Aries woman is just like sensitive, so sensitive to the touch. All you got to do is lick their inner thigh, and they're just like, oh, just eat my pussy already. It's the Capricorn woman that's going to say, no, not yet. We've got more to go than just a little fling with you and I. And the Capricorn woman will find all these ways, constant physical body sensations that just makes the Aries peak and just completely have just a full body urgency. And the Capricorn woman is like, shh, don't you come yet, you slut, while like holding her on the front. This is the kind of thing that, you know, these two can kind of, that's the sexual chemistry that I deeply see in my own head. And I think it can work good overall, where the Aries girl trusts the sort of insight and movement of the Capricorn lady. Trusting where they should both go in the long run, while Capricorn knows that the Aries woman can get them out of a pinch on the surface of any particular moment. Capricorn woman ensures for the both of them that they're going to enjoy their time in the long run together. Aries woman is going to ensure in this moment that it's going to be wild and weird and fun and laughable and it's going to be laughy, and I'm going to have the energy to do it, you know? In the immediate moment, Aries keeps that spinning. And she likes that Capricorn picks up on every little moment, remembers them all, and enjoys all the little things that the Aries does. It's a good vibe. Our book says that it's one of our best possible for lesbian Aries. Let's read a little bit about it. So this first part comes from Sextrology, astrology of sex and the sexes. I read a little bit from this original book, and then we're going to expand on it through Cosmic Coupling, which is a book that they wrote specifically to build on the couplings. So, this is Aries woman with Capricorn woman. Their learning curve is steep, but knowledge gained is power. Self-improvement takes precedence. Individual pursuits are promoted. The infatuation lasts. Sex is rapturous, and it's very much all about worship. I could see some juicy, worshipy vibes really ringing through. Even kinky Capricorn can just like the worship of a particular thing, like her feet or her breasts. Just lying back and just watching you, just nice and slow now, my dear. And just like, you know, just the girl, just like the Aries girl, enjoying going slow, licking all the little bits, and then like that worship factor. It's, you know, that's a kink that I could see these two definitely exploring. But of course, all kinks like this just depend on so much more than just the sun sign. The sun signs have deep psychosexual arcs that can be very satisfying for your spirit. But ultimately, you know, if you want this to be a good, real, deep, long relationship with more than just these sexual dynamics you read in this book, it's going to be all about seeing how the moon signs come together, how the moon comes with the rising sign, or the Jupiter, especially for women. I've been saying in all these episodes that women, lesbians in particular, they've kind of got their emotional sphere figured out between themselves. It's very easy for them to just get that emotionality. What lesbians end up trying to seek through each other more than anything is the deep, blissful friendship of having each other's Jupiters either together with each other, but more importantly, having like Jupiter to be in a positive aspect to the other person's sun or Mars or moon. That's when the natural, comfortable expression of one person is enriching to the spirit of what the other person, the Jupiter person, wants. And it's that kind of thing, like, you know, as Aries and Capricorn, where, you know, you two will probably just get a good natural vibe going anyway, just between this sort of thing. But you'll get the richest parts of your relationship if, when you're talking to each other, you project towards the same desired sense of ambition and passion and fulfillment for each other. The overall sense of fulfillment, talking about your dreams. This is something that women deeply desire to enrich an essentially sexual relationship with. And so look to Jupiter and the moon and the rising sign for these sorts of things. Now, so that's all my sort of derivation on all this stuff. Let's look in cosmic coupling. We're going to talk about Aries woman plus Capricorn woman. Our book calls this combination the core. Now, chemistry. Of all the Aries Cap combos between the heterosexual or homosexual males and lesbian females, of all the Aries and Capricorn combinations, This is the most across the board compatible. Both of these babes have a bare bones approach to life. It's like a minimalism. And they have a real allergy to bullshit. Just like, it's the cardinal action in both of these ladies are just primal. Like, they are just not, it's not about the surface, not about the drama, it's not about the activities, the items. It's just all about the volcanic impulse that comes from them. And they hate not seeing that in other people. Here, Capricorn is the natural mentor. Yet Aries tends to tap the goat's dormant, childlike nature. And the pair will feel an immediate equality based on bringing their own inalienable attributes to the table. This is really good for Capricorn because there's not much that Capricorn can use to get in touch with its own heart and its own self, per se. The Aries is in the 4th house of Capricorn, right? If you count 4 up from Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries. So Aries is in the 4th house of Capricorn, giving Aries a vibe of like bringing out this childlike, heartfelt wonder in the Capricorn just by being Aries being what it is. And it's the 4th house of the Capricorn. It's what they were like when they were young. The wonder and mystery of the world that they thought they eventually had to just push away in order to do well in the business world, which they wanted to do because the Capricorn woman wants to do well in the business world. It's a sacrifice she's made on herself. But when she sees somebody who is just pouring with the innocent youthfulness that she let go of in order to get where she is, it provides it for her while she can still do her thing. It's an incredible security on the Capricorn's part that Aries just brings out. The ram may take the lead per se, but experience bouts of schoolgirlish insecurity, which Capricorn finds endlessly charming and cute. Both being cardinal signs, active, initiatory, pioneering, they are loath to sit around shooting the euphemism. Thus, the dating process entails endless doings and outings, during which they'll discuss any number of dreams and plans. Neither woman ever stops setting herself new goals, which keeps them young into their golden years. Both these girls just love doing things. Aries being really spontaneous and just being able to build anything up to anything, anytime. Capricorn finding genius little ways of having things that'll last longer, that they can both kind of build on together. Now, compatibility. Both women require lots of privacy. There's a natural understanding of personal space. And though Aries will invade Capricorn's cone of silence more readily, the ram learns to respect Cap's boundaries. There is a shared interest here in all things cultural, especially art, film, and literature. Capricorn has the more luxurious taste, prizing quality of goods and experiences over quantity. And as Aries naturally races ahead, she must work to likewise indulge her senses and savor the moments. Though Aries is infamous for her bouts of temper, Capricorn, the grandma of the zodiac, won't give the ram the satisfaction of fighting back, but rather copes with bad behavior by expressing outsized disappointment. Nothing puts a halt to Aries' flare-ups faster. Shame is a powerful scapegoat Capricorn weapon. Saturn. Balancing career and home life is the biggest challenge for these two, as ambition can get the best of both of them. But again, this is a good combination, and if the Mars of Aries is like, somehow trine, if like the Mars of the Aries of woman is in an earth sign, that'll be really good. You don't want it to be combust your partner's sun, but that'll add a deep, deep, deep tone of friendship, because it's the sun in the Capricorn that does this shaming thing, or just this sort of like respect, the respect that Capricorn garners. That respect is coming from a sense of something that is deeply earthy and important to the Capricorn girl, to the Aries girl. So if the Aries girl has her Mars in some kind of earth sign, it will deeply understand what it is that the Capricorn girl is doing. So, you know, there's a good solar vibe here that if it's grounded in the right way, with the right compatibility of other planets touching other things, then this ambition will go wherever it's going to go, but these two will always come together and enjoy how much they get each other, and yet how different they are in the right ways. And also, you know, again, the other things in the chart are going to show whether these two can like have a home together and still enjoy each other despite they're both having this ambition. Now, let's look at the carnality of this couple. For Aries here, sex is most soothing, while Capricorn is on the receiving end of the ram's demonstrative physicality. The goat, Capricorn, is generally more passive, which suits Aries fine. She revels in the Capricorn's slow-burning sexuality, which, until she's used to it, could result in lockjaw-like symptoms. Cap appreciates that Aries' personality is in large part hinged on proving herself, and she's forever rooting the ram on to new achievements in the bedroom. The willful Aries is wont to try out new tricks, and indeed toys, on the otherwise reticent goat, whose default reaction is no. But Aries will always get to that yes, reveling in sending the signature staid cap granny off her rocker. That is a cute one. I totally get that. Let me say that right. Aries tries these new toys and tricks, and the cap says, no, that's too much for me. But Aries will always get to that yes, reveling in sending the signature cap granny off of her rocker. Aries must cool her jets at least half of the time, indulging the goat in long sensual sessions of touching and kissing en route to more rigorous play they can both want to handle. If Cap gets too set in her sexual ways, Aries' eye may wander. Meanwhile, Cap might sooner dip a toe in the hetero pool than engage another girl after that kind of breakup. Yeah, because the Aries girl, I get that. The Aries girl can be very hungry for new experiences and challenging things, and the Capricorn wants to secure and harmonize a routine that is workable. That will always do good things for Aries' like ability to show up to the world. And it could be a very good thing. That disciplined, rigorous, like, this is how we have to do it, honey, because this is what really works for both of us. And the Capricorn can get set in their ways, which other signs admire, that they figure it out and then hold on to the best groove for the two of us. But for Aries, that could often feel constricting. It's just the nature of Saturn. This really deeply has to do, in a way, with Aries' own 10th house. If the Aries person, whatever the rising sign is, has a strong 10th house emphasis, then they can kind of deal with this disciplinary, rigorous way of sex. But again, it could get stale, even if they can handle it, unless there's planets that make this dynamic smoother. Again, inter-Jupiter aspects, inter-Jupiter to Moon, Jupiter to rising sign, Jupiter to Sun, Jupiter to Mars. In particular, those ones are really good ones for this kind of couple. Hope you guys dug that. Well, once again, folks, I think I just need to get a little bit of water. And I'll be back. Love to have those meditation moments. I get them when I can. Well, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and ladies, it's nice to see you today. My name is Dustin Cormier, and welcome to How to Rock Astrology. Today I've decided to doll myself up a little bit, try to be as girly as possible. I don't usually wear makeup, but I'm trying it today. Sometimes I do. I consider myself a non-binary person in a man's body, and I like my man's body, but I really can deeply resonate with the feminine. I often consider myself a lesbian in a man's body, although I'm bisexual. It's recently been requested on my channel that I do a bisexual reading of all the gay feminine signs, and so that's why I've tried to doll myself up. And I hope that I feel thankful that you guys have graced me with the role as a vessel for this juicy feminine mixing consciousness. So thank you for the opportunity. Let me know in the comments if you're watching. Feel free to let me know what you think of it. And yeah, thanks for watching. Let's right now today at this part of the episode we are doing Aries woman with Aquarius woman. You guessed it. Now, this one has the potential to be a good combination because they're sextile from each other. There's, Aquarius is in the 11th house from Aries. So Aquarius brings a social sphere, something larger than just Aries themselves, friend circles, organizations that bring gains to that which the Aries just naturally does and is. The Aries chick can just find that her way of being finds a good audience and good reception and a feeling that she's been doing the right thing in the way she's been building herself. Aquarius woman can bring that feeling out of Aries through friends and through social networks. And Aries is in the third house from Aquarius. So Aries is like an explorative effect on Aquarius, where Aquarius actually learns to speak and communicate its interests and mental explorations. It's the third house thing. So that's juicy. Both of these are comma, like desire, like air placements, in the sense that, you know, the 11th from anything is like an 11th house relating to Aquarius. The third from house from anything relates through Gemini. It's an air vibe. It's desirable. So this can make a good, sexy, delicious couple on the sun layer. Let's talk, before I get too much in my own thing, we're going to read from Sextrology, the astrology of sex and the sexes, the original Starsky and Cox book. And then after that, we're actually going to go into the details of it through Cosmic Coupling by the same authors. So this is the little tidbit about this combination. It says Aries woman with Aquarius woman. At first, they hide their hookup from others. But taboo is what keeps them tempted. Even when committed, this coupling remains one of the most erotic and exotic lesbian combinations. Raunchiness is de rigueur. De rigueur. Yeah, very interesting. Aquarius can be very raunchy, sort of light on her feet without needing there to be too much, like, of all the air signs, Aquarius is the mental one that can detach from the emotions in a way and explore some very strange, for the sake of strange, mental places and erotic, exotic erotic places. It can be raunchy. I definitely get that too. This is Mars and Saturn coming together. That raunchiness might manifest as, like, you know, biological fluid play of many sorts or whatever. That depends on a whole. That's another level of kink. For the Aries and the Aquarius, this raunchiness might even just mean rawness, being willing to say anything to each other. Aquarius is kind of like, in its extreme, in men, it's like this archetype of like a father who kind of is just like, I could say whatever I want, and I'm just blumbering guy who just, like, you know, I got things that I do, and I should be able to say what I want to say. Aquarius can take on this sort of, and so can Aries. They're both masculine signs. Aquarius possibly the more natural. I'm just peeking at my thing here. Yeah, Aquarius is sensitive and susceptible to other people's vibes in a way that the Aries isn't quite. But Aries notices it, and it's not lost on the Aries that Aquarius is this sensitive. Aquarius is air, and so it is listening, and it wants to ground some kind of habit structure or some kind of grouping in himself, or something that really grounds himself to, herself to her lover. So, Aquarius likes to have fixed things, even routines or things that they do together that are like an item outside of themselves that they can have fun with and enjoy, whether it's yoga, whether it's, going on hikes, doing things together. These two will definitely do for sure. Whether or not one will lead and the other will follow is kind of what I was trying to get my head around. And this could be a bit of both. There doesn't need to necessarily be, like, these are two tomboyish bachelors in a woman's body who are coming together and are just slinking by their own groove, but they love that they both give each other their own groove, and they can come together very deeply. Again, as I always say in these videos, you know, these are just sun arcs. And the arc of the sun is one part of the harmony between the two of you. The Aquarius woman can probably be a little bit set with the whole thing I was talking about of her being able to say whatever I want, her having a certain kind of freedom, whereas Aries is appreciating a different sort of freedom. Aquarius wants to be able to do and say anything. And so does Aries. But Aquarius's is more like this mental ability to express what they want. And they say these things and, you know, like sort of can even be fidgety about certain things. Like Aquarius can be fidgety about what Aries does. Aquarius can say, like, you know, like, I should be able to say to you that it bothers me that you make that sound after you drink. Can you not do that? And Aries is like, what? What throat sound are you talking about? And then Aquarius is like, it just bothers me when you do this one certain thing. And it's this, like, thing that you do with your throat. And the Aries is like, I don't even know. You know, so they're both like Aquarius likes like a harmonious environment. She can roll with things and she can be very sociable, you know, but she can be fidgety and finicky with these certain things that the Aries girl can either jive with or not. Again, like, you know, the Aries can sometimes be endeared to just, you know, how the Aquarius wants to operate. I think that they can both lead a little bit and follow a little bit mutually with each other. They might be a little bit switchy in this regard, in the sense that neither one is really leading the parade. They're both just kind of twirling a baton and watching you, and oh, trade off, here you go, bang, now I got the baton, cool. And like they're both just mutual in that sort of regard. Yeah, so there's a real mutuality here. I could go on forever about it, but I feel like I'm going to go in circles. Let's read what our book says about this particular combo before I start fidgeting with my hair too much. This is Aries woman plus Aquarius woman, and this is coming from Cosmic Coupling. Now we're going to get into the juicy stuff, now that I've done my own astrological thesis. This is called the alcove. Let's look at their chemistry. As it is, Aquarius is something of a fringe dweller, drawn to unconventional people and experience. In Aries, she sees a fellow staunch individualist. But it's the ram's alpha need for attention that really tickles her fancy. Aries sees herself as the leader in love relationships, yet she recognizes that the quirky, confident Aquarian is nonetheless a calm, collected character who doesn't have to try hard as Aries does. Right, okay, I see what's going on here. Aquarius, the quirky, confident Aquarian, is a calm, collected character who doesn't have to try hard as Aries does to achieve goals or notice for doing so. The way the zodiacal energy combines for these women is more uplifting than for other boys and girls of these signs. This is particularly a good vibe for women, for a lesbian couple. They are both childlike, although Aries would sooner dip Aquarius's pigtails in the inkwell. Then again, only an Aquarius would still sport that hairstyle into old age. They are an uncommon pair, living off the beaten track. Both of them are, and in different ways and for different reasons. Aries, because she feels avant-garde and weird and wants to express spontaneity coming from within herself. Aquarius, because she thinks in unconventional ways, and the ideas of her mind, which she's experienced through life, clash and crash together in her own mind that create strange, cerebrally strange scenarios and feelings and internalized experiences. So they both, because of this, like Aquarius is very quirky about their culture and the things that they're into and the things that they develop and invest their time into. Whereas Aries develops that interest in how they act, how they behave, who they behave with and through. And thus they are both an uncommon pair, living off the beaten track. Compatibility. Education and humanitarian concerns are keynotes for this particular combo. Possibly also because Aquarius is naturally this humanitarian type, or this new age, new techno, new world savvy type, as the natural 11th sign. But Aquarius is also in the 11th from Aries, so Aquarius, more than anybody else, brings out this unconventionality. Aquarius inspires Aries to think outside the proverbial box in approaching any challenge or obstacle, while the ram, Aries, portrays the purpose of a fighting spirit. Indeed, she runs interference for the water bearer, who, though a social animal, lets Aries guard the gates of their bond so that she can remain in her rainbow-hued bubble. Yeah, that's cute. That's a good one. These writers are awesome. Aquarius is an eternal optimist, and others are drawn to her for guidance, but none so much as Aries herself. The ram is ever protective of her alone time with this lady, whom she regards as her personal smiley face. She also knows that Aquarius is so sensitive and susceptible to other people's vibes. Left to her own devices, the Aquarian would give and give until emotionally depleted. It's just the water bearer, just holds energy for everybody. It's not going to happen with the Aries around, who is watchful to push conversations and things so that the Aquarius isn't just being taken over by her desire to serve and to hold a vessel for a pleasant conversation for some idiot who is not really being that enjoying for the Aquarius. Aries girl will be like, so anyway, darling, listen, I got this thing I want to do. It's kind of cute. Aquarius looks to Aries as her warrior princess. One problem: Aries' natural and austere aesthetic clashes with Aquarian's love of all things purple, puce, pink, and plastic. Yeah, but that's just a sun thing, you know. The sun is, again, it's a huge importance, but it's really going to be more up to all the other things in the chart as to whether these two can blend into a mutual aesthetic that is mutually satisfying. Now, carnality. This is a very sexy pair. Aquarius can go anywhere Aries wants to take her and beyond. The water bearer's wide-eyed nerdiness belies the sexual deviant behind her kitschy get-ups. She has more than yo-yos and slinkies in her toy box. And before you can say enormous chartreuse dildo, this wonderful wacko will arm her Aries soldier girl with enough ammo to lay siege to her over and over again. The ram, who likes to know she's making an impact, may be shocked by the vivid responses she elicits from the water bearer, who is very aptly named. This girl is juicy, and Aries snorkels her way to ecstasy. But Aquarius isn't all receptivity. She's an equal opportunity lesbian, and she will stuff and suck the ram into a frothy frenzy. Fire was no doubt discovered by an Aquarian cave woman because she employs friction at every opportunity, scissoring Aries to many a sizzling finish. Damn, that was a juicy one. I could see that that's a very interesting thing, that the Aries girl is kind of this butchy, little, like, pushy on the surface of the relationship for their mutual interest. Aries is like the warrior girl and is kind of like pushing in that sense and leading and initiating. But it's the Aquarius that's like inviting the Aries to her garden of delights and sort of fun, just enjoyment that's like seductive on the sense of like Aquarius's part. But she's like, come on, don't you see it? Come on, enjoy me. Look how much fucking enjoyment I've got here. And the Aries is like, yeah, you're right. Zoom. And it's the Aquarius that's like, it's the playfulness of the Aquarius that's kind of leading this thing. Like, ooh, what am I going to do with you, you delicious girl? You know, it's that of the Aquarius that says like, ooh, you know, maybe you could do this for me. And she will receive from Aries, and then she'll say, okay, now we're going to do you. And then it'll be like this very conscious switching. You know, Aries is like this open river, and Saturn is this dike. Saturn ruling Aquarius. Aquarius is like the dike in the river that moves the water, which is always flowing in. The Aries has always got this ardent, passionate thing, and so is the Aquarius. The Aquarius just likes to have this snaky rhythm that they can be switching between. I think that this is one of the better combinations. Probably one of the better combinations for Aries woman. Again, it's just the sun sign. You always got to look for everything in the chart to get a full reading on whether a combination is good or not. I hope you guys dug that. I got one more of these to go. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How do you do? My name is Dustin Cormier, and this is How to Rock Astrology. Today, my hair is a mess. I haven't been able to go to a barber for a while because it's the coronavirus season. Maybe I'm going to get like one of my friends to do my hair, but I don't know. I got ram's horns. But I digress. It's nice to see you today, folks. I've been, by popular request, I've had some ladies on my channel request that I do. I'm going to do aesthetics forever if I don't leave my face alone. Some of the ladies that have watched me on my channel have requested that I do the gay and bi woman and sextrology reading. I am a guy. I am a man. I got the dick and nuts. But I consider myself non-binary. I feel like a woman on the inside. I often feel like a lesbian in the inside of a man's body. And I love getting all dolled up, and that's why I've like got the makeup and the lipstick and stuff, which is run because it's so hot in my room. But I'm wanting to say at the start of all these, thank you for the opportunity to speak as in a man's body as a vessel for the delicious miracle that is two lesbians coming together and doing the nasty. It's really been turning me on. I've been loving it, and I hope you guys have too. Let me know in the comments what you think about this, and you know, let me know if you think it's appropriate or if it's not, or if I'm doing the trick. If there's anything I can do to be more womanly, please let me know, because I am enjoying it. So yeah. And as usual, this is a live podcast, so feel free to let me know in the comments or whatever, what you're thinking, ask questions, etc. Now today, we are going to be learning a little bit about Aries woman in combination with Pisces woman. I think that this is going to be one of the better combinations because Mars, and Jupiter are good friends. It's water and fire, but again, water and fire signs are all ruled by the same planets: Sun, Mars, Moon, and Jupiter, right? Sagittarius is fire, Jupiter. Pisces, water, Jupiter. Aries, fire, Mars. Scorpio, water, Mars. So the point is that Mars and Jupiter are naturally good friends. Jupiter being the explorative, internal cosmos of feeling and intuition and depth of experience, emotional sentiment, and romance. Pisces has a deep romantic, an idealistic romance vibe that can be cerebral, that can bring out a richness to the way these two interact with each other, so that it's the Aries' natural 12th house that Pisces rests in. So for you, an Aries woman, this can bring out an emotional reality that is really good for you. There's no getting around that you kind of need this particular thing. It can help you find a way to have an internal, mystical memory strand coming from this pretty little Pisces lady who's just so delicate but yet so excitable and wide-eyed, just like in the way Aries is. But Pisces is a different kind of wide-eyed. It's like a mystical wide-eyed. Whereas Aries is a more excitable, young, youthful wide-eyed. Pisces sees a deep, submersive mystery in all the small little things in life. And Aries loves that and appreciates that. Makes Aries feel like every little thing that they do can be appreciated. This works really well because this is probably a vibe where the Aries woman will find an open door for their sort of dominating tendencies, which, as we've read, it's not necessarily Aries woman's favorite sexual dynamic, because when Aries becomes a lesbian, they actually turn on a bit more of their subby sort of bratty, but still vibing to the tune of submissiveness to somebody else. So here, Aries can even find that in Pisces in different occasions, but Pisces tends to be much more mute, sensitive, artistic, refined sensibilities and taste, and even emotional wavelengths that tap into Aries' own emotional wavelengths. Kind of for better or worse, but usually for the better. It's more like, Aries loves enjoyment and experience, and Pisces finds ways of deeply enriching the moments in Aries' life. Aries, in fact, builds on the way that the Pisces is going to express themselves energetically, because Aries is in the second house from the Pisces Sun. So the Aries girl is going to draw out a form or some kind of channel for Pisces exchanging energy. That's what the second house is all about. Exchanging energy and finding a solid way to express and exchange energy. Aries provides this for Pisces through what Aries is, through what Aries does. And this is good for both of them. Aries finding like a mate that can help the Aries chill, while still exciting them, obviously, like, again, this is just sun signs, any combinations between these two that relates to these placements, such as if the Aries girl has Jupiter in a water sign, or if the Pisces girl has Jupiter in a fire sign, this will bring out a real inspirational, meaningful friendship charge towards this essential psychosexual dynamic of the Aries and Pisces meeting. I could talk about it forever, but what I like to do is we're going to ground this with some of these books that we have. So, in this first reading, Sextrology, the astrology of sex and the sexes. It's the original book we're going to talk about Aries and Pisces in a little bite-sized form, and then we're going to expand on it in the next book that came out for this, or for these writers, Starsky and Cox, the sextrology people. So, this is Aries and Pisces woman. With utterly unlike agendas, Aries and Pisces feel free to protect and promote each other's pursuits. Together, life is richer. In bed, Pisces is the consummate femme fatale to the ardent, adoring Aries. The mysterious little sexy kitten to the adoring, just sort of brave and brash Aries woman. Definitely a good experience. And together life is richer. Literally internally for the Aries and possibly fiscally for the Pisces. Because remember, Aries is in the second house from Pisces. Aries just might do what it does and can bring legitimate fiscal stuff for both of them, really, for the mutual relationship. Probably through the fact that the Pisces is giving the Aries massages and being this cute, sweet little fuckminx that brings out just this inspiration and charge and feeling of peace in the Aries, which allows them to say, good, I got my thing behind me, I'm figured out, now I can work out what I want to do ambitiously in my career. And that's the second house thing. The Pisces can literally funnel into that and support it and say, what do you want to do with yourself? You know, if you put your money here, I've got a little job that I can at least help pay for an apartment and, you know, give you money towards that. You know, they kind of help each other in that regard. They can. Doesn't necessarily need to be a financial closure thing, but when these two get good relationships going on, it can be this way. But for the sake of it, you know, it's always nice sometimes to just look at things purely from the juicy banging level, and that's why we do these readings. So this reading is Aries woman and Pisces woman coming from Cosmic Coupling, Starsky and Cox. Our book calls this The Residence. Now, chemistry. Of all the gay women in the zodiac, Pisces is the least categorical. Sometimes, like her straight counterpart, she can be a delicate femme who relies on the kindness of butch characters, if not strangers, although sometimes that too. To the girly fish, the tomboyish Aries will appeal, although the ram isn't looking for a frilly wife so much as another unbeholden androgyne like herself. Right, so she's looking for an unbeholden androgyne, like, because that's what Aries is, really deeply in her psyche, is like a woman who's always been contesting what it is to be a woman, feeling strong and dominating, but yet still wanting to express the purity of what she is, which involves femininity at some level because she's a woman. So it's this androgyne thing, and she's hoping other people can have that vibe. Now, Pisces tends not to fall into the middle of the spectrum, per se. She can, on the other hand, be a decidedly masculine character, with nary a skirt in her wardrobe from the time she started to dress herself. In that case, she's typically attracted to straight, bi-curious women, even some young soccer mom, whom she enjoys yanking out of the closet. It just so happens that a lot of Aries do fall into that grouping. So, yeah, we can see that there's either a one way or the other with Pisces, depending on where her Jupiter is, where her sun is, where her moon is, rather. If her moon is in more active signs like an air or fire sign, then she might be more of this boyish thing. Whereas if the moon for the Pisces girl is somewhere in like an earth or water sign, then she might cater more to this femme, observer, mystical vibe that I was kind of talking about. But in any case, it's still going to be Pisces. I mean, usually these two women will have to work out whatever's their psychochemistry, their familiar psychochemistry, especially because of the second house emphasis. So that would mean that the Aries girl would probably have to figure out, it comes down to the Pisces in a certain way. It's like if the Pisces is more of this butchy, pants wearing, never wearing a skirt, not as girly, the Aries has to jive to that tune, and it'll always still be femmy. Even that Pisces can be like femmy in bed per se, but compatibility wise, the Aries will just have to be okay with that type of personality of a Pisces, and then it's the switch for the switch, right? If the Pisces is more girly, that the Aries has to be okay with being more of the expressing her dominant tendencies. Either way it works out, I think that there is more of a middle ground than they're giving credence to here. But that's, again, they're talking about strictly about sun archetypes between signs. In real life, there will be gaps in playability based on other planets interacting with the sun, moon, rising sign, etc. Now let's look at their compatibility. Pisces can't help but play the role of spiritual advisor to Aries, whom she deems brash and willful, two qualities that attract the fish in the first place. Pisces brings out the nesting instinct in the Aries, who is, more than most, the marrying kind in this particular relationship. I know a lot of Aries and Pisces. Well, at least I know one lesbian couple, but I do know a lot of Aries and Pisces people that come together and are married. Here, Pisces is the glue, keeping the social fabric of their life intact. Aries, feeling in a sense mothered by this mate, has the confidence and emotional support to pursue unrealized dreams and goals. Pisces, who finds fulfillment more readily in helping others, typically over hurdles she herself once cleared. Okay, sorry. The grammar in these books can be weird. Pisces, who finds fulfillment more readily in helping others, typically over hurdles she herself once cleared. She tends to dig into her community and become a fixture upon whom others can rely. As she matures, she becomes the wise woman of whatever tribe she inhabits. Aries is jealous of the love and empathy Pisces doles out to others, but she grows psychologically through understanding the fish's unselfish brand of love. Yeah, Aries grows psychologically, knowing that the love that is can be more than just an interpersonal thing. Pisces learns to give to everybody else, but also to enjoy the ardent affection on a person-to-person level from the Aries. Good, juicy vibes. Let's take a peek at the carnality once these lovers come together. When lust first sparks between these two nymphos, they barely emerge from the bedroom, and that intensity tends to remain intact for the duration of their bond. Pisces is hopelessly devoted to the ram, while Aries may have her peccadillos, which the fish will heart-wrenchingly forgive. Perhaps she realizes that as time passes, their bond only gets tighter, and it's thus worth turning a blind eye to Aries' wild oat sowing that sometimes Aries can tend to do. Of course, this is, you have to read into all of this, you know, because this will only be really true if there is some deep, meaningful connection between the two. Particularly, Jupiter is an important factor here because Pisces is ruled by Jupiter. If the Pisces has like Jupiter in a fire sign here, or opposite the Sun, or in some place that shows it's being enriched by the Aries, or if the Aries has Jupiter in a water sign, these are the kind of things that can bring the relationship to be worth it and to even jive well and understand each other. If there's none of that and there's not an essentially good back bond between these suns, then the Pisces can fall into some rather, you know, abused territory. It just all depends on you guys as people. So thus, Pisces tends to feel that as time passes, their bond will get tighter, and that's why they can turn a blind eye to some of Aries' wild oat sowing, which can mean lots of things, from just going and doing jobs and kind of neglecting the relationship more than she should, all the way to even just being promiscuous and just like having flings with people and seeing ultimately that the grass is not as green as it is on her side of the field with the Pisces. Because that's really what Aries deeply seeks, is a partner at home, right? Pisces is oral in the extreme here, and Aries loves to lie back and think of her homeland. Penetration is reciprocal, the fish more a toy aficionado. She is a hopeless romantic and will plan getaways that keep that honeymoon feeling alive. Kinky play might include water sports or super light S&M, which could cast Pisces in the submissive role. Aries enjoys a bit of roughhousing, forcing herself on the fish. Fine, so long as love underscores all erotic activity. Pisces won't do that with someone, or will be deeply not well served to do this kind of thing with an Aries who isn't really jiving and vibing with them at a real loving level, because this sort of fun trust play is meant to be build on the psyche of both people and of the Pisces woman, you know? So together, these two can party up a storm and can even over-rely on substances to fuel their fervent sexual sessions if they get really tied up into that. It can be an enjoyable thing and can add a great addition to their vibe. But, you know, it'll only ever be icing, indulgent icing, on the cake. Can be juicy, but just take everything in context and with a grain of slutty salt. Well, today's been a long one, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys enjoyed that. It's been a long go today, so I'm gonna chill out, eat some food, enjoy myself. I hope you guys dug that. I hope you guys enjoy this series. For anybody watching, I've always got more stuff kind of coming along. I believe next week I'm planning on doing a reading regarding Uranus and its transits. Uranus and Neptune, I believe, and their transits. The keys to transformation. So lots to come along in the world of How to Rock Astrology. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock a Camp. I always do that. How to Rock a Campfire is my old channel, and I still have it burned in there. I'm Dustin Cormier for How to Rock Astrology. I hope you guys enjoyed this reading. Stay tuned and let me know